Wah, 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 wah. Ah, wah, 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 wah. Wah, 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 wah. How you all doing? And thank you for the raid, Mag. Ugh. Ugh. Been so cute. Ugh. Yes, today is story day. How you doing? I'm doing good. Well, mostly. Sorry about being late. I'm, my throat's not feeling the best today. So, um, yeah, I just need to give myself as much time to recover before I stream today, because, I'll be talking a lot, reading. Um, no, no, I don't, no. I don't need all the microwaves. Where are you getting these from? Where are you getting all of these? I need to know. Actually, tell me, how are you getting all of these? Explain. You have your ways. What are your ways? But if you guys notice I'm coughing or I'm a little bit quieter or calmer today, yeah, the wolf isn't the best. Isn't feeling the best. Ah, secret suppliers. Let's reset my tracking. There we go. Rawr. I'm trying to make myself look more at you guys. I know. Yeah, I know. I'm just saying, do I want to put... Where do I want to put you guys? I think I wish I had, like, one more monitor. Um, I think I need to adjust my model so I'm looking less always over to the... Oh, don't give me Christmas ideas. Ooh, Christmas ideas. Um, what do we have upcoming? I might do something tomorrow. Uh, so it's Rivals Day tomorrow for Marvel Rivals. Giving type. Yeah, I know. I can, I know what to do. Um, so since Mag not here, we could. I think Mag will be back. Every game. No, no, no. No, no. I don't actually need any extra money right now. I don't need. I actually have the things I want to do right now. So, no, don't do it. I'm willing to accept other forms of presents, though. Other forms. Um, but the streamer awards and Rivals Day is tomorrow, so I'm not deciding if I want to do some sort of like a dual stream. Of course, Mag. Gift of water. It's probably good for me to keep drinking water though. But hmm. What's the streamer awards? It's awards for streamers. I am not at all nominated. One day though, one day. Oh, let's not mess with my OBS. One day, I'll be big streamer. Everybody watches me. The whole world likes Fluffy One. Um, probably not, but there is a furry in there in the streamer awards. I'll watch it. I don't know if there's a badge for watching it. There might be. Let me see. Do I even have a badge for it now? No, I don't have a badge for it yet. There might be a badge for watching it. You hate being famous. Here, let's check the drops and rewards. Let's see. Stuff from Marvel Rivals. Let's see if is there like a special events? It does not appear to be a special events drop. Here's the only reason I'd want to be that famous is so I can give it back to everyone, you know? So I could sustainably survive off of streaming and then give back to you guys all the time. Because I would, if I was that big, yeah. Yeah, that would be the tough part. Not getting to see all you guys, because then I'd be like, I can't read all you guys' messages. There's like 1,000 of you. I'd be like, oh no, I can't read everything. I would be okay with like 100 to 200 people being here at once. I think I could sustain that. I would try to read as much as I can. I'd probably skip like copy pastas and stuff and like little stuff. But I want to give back to you guys more. Like if I had more to give back, I would give back a lot more during Christmas. It would basically be a month of giving, like a giveaway thing every day or something. There will be a point where we do that. Where it's gonna be like, oh, we do a big giant giveaway at the end of the month or something, or like on a Christmas or something. I'm saying as well. We're not really like when there's oh yeah. I enjoy having enough people around to talk to, because then I can keep talking. Remember to breathe so I don't pass out. Um, but yeah, I'm considering doing something Tuesday. I think it always free art this entire month. That's cool. We might do some sort of like a movie hangout in Discord. I'm gonna get my DVD player and plug into my computer, and I think we can watch like Polar Express or something. I have some movies on disc. Watch something. Um, Pixel art and free for everyone. That's cool. If you have movie ideas, you can also if you want to share movies and stuff during that time, we can. We'll kind of vote on it that day or something. I don't know. I'll figure it out. Uh, hmm. I don't think there's anything else to announce. We only got like one chapter today from me. Um, because yeah, I didn't get as much writing done this month. I was kind of distracted with some stuff. You know, I got some other stuff came up. You know, took up some time. I'm not complaining about it though, but funny old Italian movies, they're English sub. Okay, if I can make it, give it to you. Well, there might be something it might be cool. For me, yeah, yeah, I am. Yeah, with the distractions. Although it's not really a distraction if I wanted it anyways. But do you guys have anything fun to share? Meow, meow. Wow, Mike. Wow. You guys unleashed the shadow? Wow. I get like close to you guys all. Just effects. Oh, okay, there might be video effects. Also, there's a new oh my goodness. What beans? Shadow bean. Oh my goodness. And voice effect. There actually might be something. That might be a couple good ideas that I might actually want. Yeah, there might be something that might actually be cool. I love it. I'm gonna do it again. Oh yeah, I know. Um, I'm smelling you all. You're all stinky. Actually, can the shadows smell? The shadows from a two-dimensional realm where scent doesn't exist. Technically, the shadow doesn't smell you. It just knows you're smelly. You know, it senses the truth of you being smelly. Yep, confirmed. Smelly. You all stink. You're stinky. Super stinky. It senses the concept. Yep. Yeah. No, you guys can't see me, Nada. I can sense it. Big. And too big? I don't think you're too big. Like in every way. I know. Take a shower. And you're so stinky, though. It's the thing about as furries. We're always stinky. Always stinky. Except for me. Two-dimensional beings can't stink. Technically, the Gemini can stink, but the shadow can't stink. And right now you got the shadow. So I can't stink. I'm not stinky. But if you guys want to try out the new Redeem, the new fun Redeem, you know how you what's it called? Um, tell me how you feel. You know, it's like tell me how good you feel. You know, tell me how good do you feel. Oh no, that sucks. It's gotta be recorded first. Ah! Ah! Sorry, even though I knew someone was gonna do it. Startle on you guys. Oh, is it too loud still? Yes. Is it too loud? Tell me if it's too loud. Do I need to turn it down? I'm in so much pain. Okay. It's supposed to be loud. I'm gonna find a way to this to examine the beast. That's funny. Um here it's at like okay, that should be quieter or Star's just loud. Why is Star okay, let me figure out something. I know what I need to do. Know what I need to do. I know what I need to do. Like that was super loud. I know what I have to do. Okay, I know how to make Star and this on different levels so that I can actually control Star's voice because Star's getting a bit quiet. Um, I just need more control over Star's voice versus everything else because otherwise it's just too like I don't have control over it. I'm just shifting a couple things. I know you like the light. I know you do, but we also have to make sure we don't make everyone go deaf. There. Now I should have more control of it. Use me out of truth. Should I make more truth? What? Louder than middle. No. Oh my goodness. Never did the metal pipes before. I thought you have. I don't know if there's a way to check though. Okay. Uh. Do it. Oh no. There. Oh right. Ha. Cooldown. Ha. There's a cooldown. You can pay for people in general. Aww. What? What? Okay. There. I've adjusted the alerts. They will now play on the. What was that? Okay. I'm just gonna turn. Now I can have star and this on different levels. It doesn't work if you just try to force it to happen. It won't do anything. I wish I could see the cooldown. I will make it so that there's some cooldown stuff. Um, but yeah. Now you guys know about the new redeem. How fun! I know I skipped cooldown. How are you gonna? Oh no! What are you gonna do? Are you gonna use the channel point? Chaos. No, it doesn't work like that. I don't remember what the cooldown on it is. I'm just setting something up. You can't. Yeah, no, you can't do that. That doesn't work here. No, it doesn't work like that. I'm setting up this so I can pause you guys so I can turn off that. Okay. Oh my goodness! What are you doing? They're just metal pipes. They're not gonna do much. Well, apparently it worked. That was surprising. Apparently that worked. Great. Now you figured out the secret. Great. Um. I'm just gonna wait till Mag shows back up, because I know he enjoys the lore. Do you guys have anything to talk about for a little bit? How many pages am I at with this story? 54 pages. Wow. Yeah. You see the trailer for the game? Oh, I have not watched that yet. I will. I keep forgetting. I will. I have it on my watch list. I didn't even get to watch any YouTube last night. I was tired. I was really tired. Why do I get so many freaking notifications on my phone? No, I did not actually have a chance to see that. I will take a look at that later. Uh-oh. Oh no. StreamerBot, my thing is dying. I'm playing Warframe. Sounds nice. Oh no. I will look at it. I will. What happened? StreamerBot. Oh no. What? Okay, that's connected. I can't move my model. Okay, I gotta reset StreamerBot. Don't use command redeems right now. That won't work. Not yet. Just give it a second. It broke. Please don't double ping on everyone. Okay. Now will you connect? Oh no. Oh no, this is not good. Give me a second. No, my internet's fine. Oh no, oh no. I can't use my Stream Deck. Fuck. This is a problem. Yay. Nope, don't do that to me. I can't connect to the StreamerBot site. The StreamerBot site's down. I don't know what just happened. Like I missed? My Stream Deck is broken. The site that operates it is down. So I'm literally stuck right here. I can't move out of the way. I can't change scenes. I can't do anything, really. Not unless I manually do it. I can't access my, I can't access anything. I mean, I can move. I can force it, but yeah, it's not connected. Here, I'm gonna do this for now, so I don't waste your stuff, because it kind of needs that. Where's the freaking button? Uh, just remind me to turn it back on. Ah! Okay, actually, they still work. That's good to know. That's good. What, it's up again? No, it's not. Oh, right, there we go. Mostly. It seems to have crashed. Oh, I still can't connect them. Now Streamerbot's freezing. I can't blip. I can't do anything. No, this is not good. Still coming back online. Hey, Mutsy. When we're trying to wait till Streamerbot comes back up, because it's broken. I can't use my Stream Deck right now. How you doing? We're gonna tell stories and stuff, but one, I'm kind of waiting for Mag to show back up and for the site to come back. It's not up yet. Not Steam. No, it's not up. We're waiting. Oh, it's definitely not completely up yet. We're waiting because I can't reconnect it yet. The server that hosts all the stuff is broken. Yay. I want an actual Stream Deck so that I don't have to ever worry about this. I can't even turn off Lunarius's setup right now. So we're just waiting. Wow, 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 wow. Waiting for the little thing to go back on. There's not much I can do while it's offline. See, so like, we'll explain what's going on. So StreamerBot, I have a tablet, and the tablet runs a website version of StreamerBot that connects to my computer. That's how I make my model do all the things it does. That's how I change scenes. That's how all the stuff I do with my setup. The problem is it connects over a site. When the site goes down, it affects me. Meaning, I can't use my stuff right now. It won't send the signal to the StreamerBot on my computer, which is a problem because that means I can't get out of the way. I can't go in the corner. I can't force redeems or anything like that. So, yeah. I can't even put up my be right back very easily. I have to go through the whole thing. I can't blap or be cute. Maybe the two small things are for you to read them. If you want to read them, you can too. I kind of like it hearing from other people, and it's kind of. I don't want to talk as much today. Hey, Mag, we're experiencing technical difficulties. I know I'm talking a lot right now, but I'm also being really quiet and quieter. My voice situations. Yeah, right. We're experiencing technical difficulties. StreamerBot isn't working. Hi.
Yeah. Hi.
StreamerBot's not working, so I can't move my model very easily. I have to go in and force it to move, which is annoying.
Oh no. Seeing you without your shadow is weird now.
Oh.
Seeing you without your shadow is weird.
Oh yeah, because I'm using that virtual camera.
Yeah, you look thin. Like really thin. For some reason. Because the shadow adds an extra layer of depth that you just lose completely.
Is that better?
Yes, that's so much better, thank you.
Uh,
The handsome boy is not complete without his shadow. The shadow is the most important part of your outfit.
yeah. I'm waiting for this to reboot, and it just won't.
It's a cute boy.
People are definitely waiting for the entire stream. Okay, yeah.
What's happening? Let me look at chat.
Mount saying like they can't read in front of people. I understand that.
Yes, you can boot Mag. What do you feel the need to ask Gemini if you're allowed to boot me?
What do you think I'm gonna do? Say no?
Well, it depends. I'm your top, so.
True.
Oh, hey, I'm on a 9-watch streak.
Wow.
It's pretty cool. I am attempt to get. Hey guys, should I be the first person to get 100 stream watch streak on Gem's channel?
Ever, you know. Actually, I have a 40 watch streak in someone's channel. A 40 stream watch streak. Because they stream like every day, and I'm just like, I will watch. I will watch every time. How does Star keep losing his watch streak? That makes no sense. He's always here watching. That's just not possible.
I think you have to watch All Star for a couple moments so that you can actually acknowledge the watch streak, because if you don't do that, it might not work. It's probably a thing to stop bots from getting watch streaks.
True.
Guess how many points I have?
Oh. Yeah. Ow.
Guess how many points I have, Jem?
Like 60,000.
75.4 thousand.
Oh my goodness. You're like a fifth of the way there to getting it went during like the cut in half price.
Exactly, that's the idea. By September, Jem, I will have it. And I will be the first Wolf Club member.
Now here's the thing
And
though. Moo is good at gambling though. With, the channel point gambling. So if I start doing that, Moo earned like 1,000,000 channel points on another channel. They were good at it apparently. It's like, if I start doing that, then maybe Moo might win. Who knows?
yeah, but whose million channel points are they going to earn?
That's true. Or there's Star. How many channel points does Star have? Star is
Star has
75.
less than me.
Star is 75.5 thousand.
So Star and I are tied, basically, which means that if I keep saving mine, because Star can't win every single bet, right?
Mm-hmm.
If I keep saving mine, eventually, I'm going to have more than the bet pool, which means that no matter how the bets go, they can't earn more than me off the bets unless they are here as much as I am,
True.
which is not going to happen because I'm going to be here every time for the entire stream.
True.
My loyalty knows no bounds. And plus, I feel like I deserve it for being the first person to fuck the streamer. I mean,
What? What?
what? No, that wasn't a thing that was said, guys. Don't worry about it. Nothing was said. You heard nothing. Shut up. Everyone shush. No one heard that, right? I think we're good.
No, nobody heard that. Here, I'm gonna enter the Streamerbot Discord so I can see what if they have any announcements about what's exploded.
Nibbling my wing. What? Why are you doing that now? What are you doing? No one is going to take this from me. We should have Star put 75,000 channel points on what should we put 75,000 channel points on? Guys, what should we put channel points on? Okay, here's the deal, Jem. If I can reach a 50 stream watch streak, Star gives me all of his points. How's that sound?
What? Maybe. Okay, people are talking about it.
Wings is still sensitive. Well, I mean, I'm fine. Mout's not being violent. He's being nice.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Okay, I'm gonna check out another streamer to get my watch speaker. Is that friend?
Okay. I'm waiting for this. Yep, apparently I'm not the only one with this issue. Yay! I want to read, but I need stuff to be fixed before I can start reading. This is the boring part, just waiting. Oh, wait. It's back up. It might be back up. What's that? There we go. I want to see what people are saying in case someone else is breaking. Because I don't want it to break again on me. But yay, it's fixed. Okay, so now we can start getting to the reading part. What's that? Okay. Okay. Let's do like really close. Super close. Okay, I can do that. I get really close and everything. Okay. What? Fine. Oh my goodness. So demanding. Stretch out. Let me see.
You're one to talk about demanding, Jen.
Okay, so it's
Very
me.
much one to talk about demanding, Jem.
I know. Down 6. Oh my goodness. Wow. Okay, here. We're gonna master control. It would pause, redeem, CTS, commands, stuff. Take care of yourself. Okay, okay. We're gonna read. We're gonna read the next chapter of the story. Yeah, it's just gonna be one chapter. So, yeah.
Hold on, can you wait for me? I want to pay attention to this, but I am having like a thing that's happening and I need to fix that before I can.
Oh, okay. We'll wait. Was it 11,000? Oh yeah, he lost against Star. You guys thought I was gonna beat the game, but I didn't. Well, I tried to for you guys, but I couldn't. Or was it beating the game, or was it something else? I don't remember. There's gonna be a time when we have like more moderators, and it's gonna be like, okay, run this poll, run this poll. For now, it's just basically me, Mag, and Star. And Star doesn't do polls. He's a bot system, so he doesn't even really do anything. Don't worry, Star holds on to those points. I don't even think Star spent that much points. Actually, I can take a look at how many channel points Star's spent in my channel. How many has he spent? Because it's on his recap. He's only spent 7,000 channel points. He's earned 50,000. So
Who has?
Stars earned 50,000 channel points and spent 7,000. So he's held on to a lot. I cannot see how many you've spent because I don't have access to your account. Also, I would have to be on your top watch. I can see Stars because I can access his account and I can see his Twitch recap.
Well, you are on my top watched. Did I send that to you? I've earned 87,000 channel points and I've spent 14,000.
Wow. Yeah. I cannot see how much
your stream.
each person has spent right now. There should be a way. There needs to be a way. Your second one. Oh, then you can't see it. Wait, who's top? Is it like Zell or something or Mag? Because I can't be on the top, you know. Obviously. Zell, yeah. Zell is a good streamer. He's a good person. I'm back. I fixed a club open the game from crashing. However, I want to remove a gameplay.
I found you. Getting you with hands grab. Okay. With that.
Pause the music. Okay. Mag's ready, so we're gonna start reading. So for several years in Discord. Okay. Yeah. We're gonna start reading the next chapter. I'm gonna go in the actually. Oh wait, I need to check something. Oh, I only have 6 minutes before ads run. I'm gonna do that first, so we don't get interrupted. I'll see you in 3 minutes. We're just gonna do that quickly. I have to run ads. I'm sorry. I have to because otherwise it's gonna interrupt us. I'm also gonna use the restroom. I return. Wait, turning off of me? Oh no. Oh no! No! Fluff!
Turn
Down again.
bots down.
Streamerbot died again on me. I have to manually do stuff right now.
Do we get the green back? The green background back for this, or do we stay blue? I like the blue.
We're gonna stay blue for now.
I like the blue. I think in order, my favorite is the blue, and then I like the red, and then the green.
Yeah. Green is just the basic star tech stuff. Then there's blue.
I wish
Yeah.
we had a purple one for you, though.
Oh, wait.
Unless I'm just really fucking stupid and there is a purple one. Gem, do I have short-term memory loss now?
There's no purple one.
I have a purple screen background?
No,
Okay,
I never
you
have.
don't have one. For a split second, I thought I remembered one, and then I got very confused.
Robot's having some troubles today. We'll deal with that as it just keeps breaking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Game.
Here. There's this with this guy there.
Kim, I DM you a thing.
What are you doing? No, not dev tools. Let's wait on something. There's stuff from someone I don't even know. Yeah, that happens a lot. You can turn it off. You can turn that feature off so that you don't get subs from people you don't know. What am I getting? Cold. At least let me go in the corner. Corner tall. Corner tall. Fuck, it's broken again. I'm just very confuzzled. Yeah, I understand that. Breaking. 231 hours. That's good. Backstage! Ah, you're just in time. We're just about to start. I'm having streamer bot problems, all sorts of things, and I'm not feeling the best, so hey, let's just get to reading. No. Okay. Okay. Chapter 6. Dangerous discovery. I woke up. Snowfall was standing over me. This is told from Gemini. She looks angry. Hi, Snow, I said. What were you thinking? Using godly powers? She yelled. Sis, calm down, Pyrox yelled at her. We all know that the gods are tricky beings. I don't blame Gemini. He shouldn't have used that power, Snow yelled back. Pyrox, it's okay, I said. Looked at Snow. Look, I didn't try to activate it. Fenris just gave me the power. He was only trying to help me win. What do you mean? Snow asked. He wanted me to win. We just weren't in sync, so I lost control, I replied. How do you know this? Snowfall asked. Fenris told me. I went to his shadowscape somehow, I told her. Snowfall pondered. I asked myself if I wanted to tell Snowfall about the book. I mean, she should know, right? Yeah, I can trust her. Snow, I need to show you something. I got up and walked over to where I had set my bag down. I pulled the magical book out of the bag. Why can I not? I want to full screen. There. Yeah, I know. I was doing that. It's not doing anything right now. I don't know why. Back. I'm reading. I found. Pull a magical book out of the bag. Is that what I think that is? Snowfall gasped. I found this in the archive. Fenris led me to it, I confessed. That isn't possible. I would know if this Book of Shadows was in the archive, Snow said. I shrugged. Well, I found it, and apparently I'm the only one who can read it. So you're a shade. I wondered if that was the case, Snowfall said. I don't know if I should confiscate it or let you keep it. Sis, you know that if you take it, he'll eventually just find a way to get it back. Plus, if we have a shade on our side, we might actually be able to put a sizable dent in Merlin, Pyrox replied. Yes, I understand that, but I can't just have you using shadow magic untrained. Well, we don't have any way to teach you in the first place. There hasn't been a shade in nearly 2 decades, she sighed. Although, I might have someone who knows enough about the ancient arts to help you learn. Snowfall rolled up her sleeves and pressed a button on her watch. She spoke into the watch. Hey, River? Yes, the watch replied. I have a young wolf here who needs some training in a very special magical art. One that is very old, Snow said. Ooh, I'll be over in a second. Where are you? River said through the watch. I'm in the training room. A few minutes later, the blue wolf that we saw earlier walked in. Hi, sweetie. River kissed Snowfall. River, we have guests. Snow blushed. Right, okay. So who's this young wolf you want me to teach? Is it the one who stole one of my Magitech books? One of the Magitech books? The wolf looked at Starblast. No, but for bringing that to my attention, Snowfall said. No, the wolf I want you to talk to is Gemini. May I ask why? River said. Okay, so here's a bit of information from the present time about River. River is a they. They are gender fluid. I mean, literally. They can change genders at will. Most of the time they appear as female, but sometimes they appear as male. So I'll refer to them by both. So at times I'll refer to them by both genders. It depends on the situation. Okay, back to the story. Oh, one more piece. In this scene, River is a she. Just so you know. So Gemini's a shade, Snowfall said. Wait, a shade? No way. I never thought I'd meet one, River squealed. She saw the book in my paws. Is that the Lost Book of Shadows? She asked. Yes. I had gotten annoyed at how many times people would ask that question. Okay, can I see it? She reached for the book. I handed her the book. Knock yourself out, but it appears that only a shade can read it, I told her. River took off her current pair of glasses and put on a pair of black lens glasses from her bag, and she put them on. She opened the book. Wow, this is the real thing. I never thought the book was hiding here all along. All these lost arts of the shades. I never thought I would have a chance to read this. Wait, you can read it? Pyrox asked. River took the glasses off. Shadow glass, a very rare material, very hard to craft with. These are the only pieces. These pieces are the only ones I have. But it lets me see through illusions, read invisible writing, and reveal spying shadows. She explained. Neat, I replied. She flipped through a few pages and handed me back. I think it'd be best if you. Oh yeah, hold on to this for now. I'll start training you tomorrow. Finally, I yelled. Then we go back to Star. Here's Star. Oh, I locked my keyboard. It does that sometimes. I was wondering what was happening. I locked my keyboard. That's why it wasn't working. It was doing something weird. I congratulated Gemini and then asked River if I could borrow books to learn more about Magitech. I mean, not even I can understand it, but if you want to try, I'll be of any assistance. I too wish to learn the secrets of the past, River said. I nodded in agreement. The lights above me flickered. No one else seemed to notice. Then it happened again. I looked at my watch. This didn't make sense. The shift wasn't supposed to occur for another 4 hours. Is it occurring earlier? You know, the time when the whole building jumps. Then something strange happened. I could feel the building's electrical grid scream. I can't explain it, but I could feel the building scream. It was in pain. The screaming brought me to my knees. I yelled out in pain. Star! Pyrox touched to my side. What's wrong? The building's in pain. I can feel it. I wonder. I think Star's a technopath. River noted aloud. It would explain his heightened intelligence and ability to understand complex machines and ideas. Wait, if Star's feeling the building in pain, what's hurting the building? Star, can you try to feel what's hurting the building? Snowfall asked. I can try. I closed my eyes, and suddenly, in the darkness, I could see everything. Highlighted in blue, I could see the circuits, the wiring, the hidden magical machines that made up the building. I scanned the space until I saw at the edge of the entire building was a red blur. Every few seconds, a red pulse shot through the system, and every time it brought me pain. Something's attacking the building from the outside, I said. Then I saw more. The building showed me something. I saw tanks, men, soldiers, armored cars. They all surrounded the building. I could feel that the building was trying to jump to protect us, but something was blocking that ability. Then, to my surprise, I could hear the building speak. Well, it was less speaking, more like feelings put together. It felt more like saying, leave. My time is up. Let me protect you one last time. We need to leave. We need to evacuate, I said. What do you mean? Snowfall asked. Merlin has found us, I said. How? I cut Snowfall off. No time. We need to evacuate. Suddenly the whole building shook violently. The lights flickered. I felt this sanctuary speak one more time. Goodbye. The room shook intensely. The walls seemed to glow. What is happening? River yelled. I think it's saving us, I said. I told the building, thank you. Then a bright flash of light engulfed us. Let me wipe up the uplink lenses. I have something in my glasses. It's hard to read. Oh my goodness. Can I get this off my glasses? If you have glasses, you know exactly the trouble when you have a speck of dust on your lenses right where you're looking. There we go. Yes, Mag, you will be able to. I don't know how long it's out for. But when I woke, I was in a cold, dark winter field. I sat up. What the F was that? Gemini said to my right. He sat up. I looked around. I saw Snowfall pass out to my left, but I couldn't see Pyrox anywhere. Pyrox! I yelled. Pyrox! Gemini knocked me over. Shh! What? Merlin's nearby! He shushed me. But Pyrox is lost. I can't lose him, Gem. I can't. I cried. Hey, it's gonna be okay. I think we're safe now. I think somehow instead of the building jumping, we jumped. I think everyone got split up. Gemini said calmly. He's right, Snowfall said from behind me. I remember there being a failsafe in case we're ever found. I guess this is what happens. She looked at her watch. The watch was sparking. Shit. She took off the watch before it lit on fire. She blasted with ice and picked up the frozen watch. Now I have no way to communicate with the others. Hey, have Gemini hold on to it. I pointed towards Gemini's bag. If we can get to civilization, I might be able to fix it. I guess. Snowfall handed Gemini the watch. He stuffed it in his bag. I hope River and the others are okay. I hope Pyrox is okay, I said with worry. Your boyfriend does pretty well off on his own, Snowfall said. Wait, how? You think I can't tell when my brother has a boyfriend? He couldn't stop talking about you. Snowfall laughed. Well, I guess that kind of would give it away, I sighed. Look, if we're gonna find the others, we need to blend in, Snowfall said. Her form shifted until she looked like a 25-year-old girl with white and blue hair. She still had her tail and fur-tipped ears, but other than that, she looked really human. Suddenly, Gemini did the same. Except he wasn't a 25-year-old girl. He was a medium, skinny-high, gray and purple-haired teenager with similar wolf traits. They both looked towards me. What? I asked. Snowfall motioned my entire body. I don't know how you just did that, I said. Gemini spoke up. Oh, right. Stars never accessed his human form. He paused. Star, you remember the night where you were in your feral form, like on all fours? He waited for my response. I told him yes. Now, you remember how you shifted out of that form? I nodded yes. Okay, you're going to do the same thing, except this time you're going to think of yourself looking human instead of looking like an anthro wolf. That seems simple enough. I shrugged. I thought of myself how I looked before I changed. I felt my body shift. Why are so many bad grammar mistakes? My paws became hands again. I can no longer see my nose, which, now that I had gotten used to it, which was not weird that I couldn't see it. Hey, why can't I make my tail or fur on my ears disappear? Or make the tail or the fur on my ears disappear, I asked. It's the price. Remember, magic has a price. The price of being a Lycan wolf and having Lycan magic is that you can never look completely human again. Of course, our cousin species, the werewolf, can look way more human than us, but they miss out on having magic and having control over their forms, Snowfall explained. Interesting. So, what do we do with our tails? They would give us away, I said. Both Snowfall and Gemini sighed. Snowfall spoke first. It isn't too bad, but it does get a little tiring. She wrapped her tail completely around her waist. You gotta make it look like a belt. At least that's what I do. Unless, Gemini, you have a better way. Nope. That's way better than stuffing my tail in the back of my shirt, he said. You stuffed your tail in your shirt? That couldn't have been comfortable, Snowfall replied. Oh, it wasn't. I laughed. I wrapped my tail around my waist. It was a little strange seeing it in front of me like this. I mean, at times I have used my tail like a plushie to sleep with, but this was different. I couldn't move it or wiggle or anything. It had to look like a belt. A very fluffy belt, but a belt. Nothing, nonetheless. I smelled something in the air. It smelled sweet. Hey, do you smell that? I asked. Huh? Both Gemini and Snowfall looked around, smelling the air. Yeah, what is that smell? Gemini asked. Maybe it's food. Snowfall asked. Her stomach growled. I gave her a look. Skipped breakfast. Come on, let's find out. I don't want to be out here and get a cold, I said. Oh, don't worry about that. You still got your chest floof, Gemini said. I looked under my shirt. Gemini was right. I was covered in chest floof. Oh, here, take these. Snowfall tossed Gemini and me each headband. Put those over your ears to hide the fur. I slid the headband on my head. I pushed the furry parts of my ears under the headband. Gemini did the same. Snowfall tucked her ears under the camel headband. Let's go find out what that smell is, she said. We followed our noses and headed towards the smell. And then I switch back. It's Gemini's turn. I'm going to find it's going to get a little bit cleaner between the two of us. We walked for at least a mile. We reached a small little village filled with wooden homes. It seemed so perfect. We found the source of the smell. It was a small bakery with sweet smelling bread. I had to exert great control to prevent myself from wagging my tail, yeah?
There's a writer that I know who does this different characters' perspectives thing. But what he does is he has it so that each individual chapter is told from a different perspective.
I might do that when I rewrite it, just to clean it up.
I'd say start doing it from now so that you don't have to rewrite everything in that style.
Well, I am trying to make the
Just see if you
sections
like that.
much larger. I'm trying to make them a lot larger so it's less shifting.
Because what you can do is you can have in the one chapter, say Star is speaking, Star does his chapter, right? Even if it's events that mostly surround the Gemini, you can have Star speak that. And then in the next chapter, if it was really, really, really important, you can have Gemini's perspective, and you can basically watch Star doing what Star said he was doing.
Okay, yeah.
So you get to run through the same event twice from two different perspectives. And like you'll be able to get what he does is he usually doesn't do that. But when he does it, it actually is a lot cooler than it sounds just
I know.
to say the idea.
I know Rick Riordan does that with the Percy Jackson books, or at least the...
Hey, we're thinking about the same guy.
Yeah! I was wondering about that, yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, same guy. I just love how gay people are. Or gay. They're gay
I'm gonna
hot
definitely
dogs.
shift to at least longer sections between each for each character.
I'd say either do longer sections like that, or make them just really short chapters.
Yeah, I'm gonna figure out something. I'll figure that out.
Although, what some books do, right, is there's the Redemption of Alphalus book that I told you about has chapters in sections, right? So there's section 1, right? And then in section 1 there are chapters, which is what you can do. Maybe you could substitute what you're doing now as chapters for sections, and then make each individual speaking part a chapter.
Right.
I don't know. What do you think?
Yeah, I might do that. This is not the final read through. I'm gonna do I'm gonna do a read through offline and do a full recording of the
I
whole
know.
story.
I'm just saying, like, little ideas to maybe help you write a little bit more fluidly.
Yeah.
My writing's very fluid at the moment, but that's mostly because I am pretty experienced in it. But I've been having a problem recently, and I was talking to Luna about it earlier, where I was going to do something, and then she reminded me, hold on, you're not writing in an episode format. You can play a lot more with this idea. You can use this a lot more because you're not restricted. So I'm busy working out how to write like I'm not restricted, and I have a feeling that this is going to go either extremely well or extremely badly. And when I say extremely badly, I mean I'm probably going to have 7 chapters done by next week. 7 more than I already have.
Yeah.
I'm scared, Jem. What happens if I accidentally just unleash the full writing mag who wrote 7 episodes of a freaking show in 3 days?
Right.
I'm scared. Anyway, continue. Sorry.
We walked for at least a mile. We reached a small little village filled with wooden homes. It seemed so perfect. We found the source of the smell. It was a small bakery with sweet-smelling bread. I had to exert great control to prevent myself from wiggling my little tail. Actually, would it be a little... never mind. Snowfall went in and bought 3 rolls of bread. I devoured mine in seconds and licked my lips. Oh, it's so good. I hadn't had anything sweet in months. I had to grab my tail and hold it to my side to avoid someone potentially noticing its slight wiggles. We wandered around the town, around the small town. We found an inn and we decided to stay the night. Snowfall got her own room, but Star and I had to stay in the room together. So Star and I had changed back to our wolf forms. I had laid on the bed. I heard a slight whimper from Star. Star, you okay? I asked. Yeah. I could feel it was light. It felt heavy. I'd never felt a lie before, so it was noticeable. Star, I'm a shade. I could feel that lie, I informed him. Okay, fine.
I love the Star Gemini dynamic. Oh my gosh.
Okay, fine. I'm scared. I'm scared that Pyrox is in danger, he told me. I understand. Wait. I said, I grabbed the book of shadows. I might have a way to find out if he's okay. I flipped through the book until I found the page on shadow spying. I can look for him. Wait! Don't do that! Star quietly yelled. Why? The Mystic Pact. We agreed not to use that kind of magic on each other. He reminded me. You might need your magic for later. You can't waste it on me. But I don't want my best friend to worry, I replied. Hand me Snowfall's watch. I might be able to get that to work, Star said. I pulled out the watch and tossed it to Star. It's like magic. Well, at least I thought it was magic. The yellow accents, or at least I think it was magic. The yellow accents in his fur glowed. He pulled apart the watch. He pulled apart the lamp on the bedside cabinet. He rapidly began to put together the pieces, and he rebuilt the watch. He scratched his head. I don't even know how I did that. I just knew where it had to go, he said. We should test it tomorrow. For now, it's probably best to get some sleep. Yeah, you're right. I rolled over and quickly fell asleep. That's what I have. For now.
Okay, everyone. Big round of applause for Gemini. Gemini is so goober.
The streamer bot is still Borky.
Gem, you are receiving an interesting question from a moth.
What is
Go on, moth.
interesting
Shoot
question?
your interesting question. Tonight's mystery caller, Onyx the moth. All right, Onyx, you have one question to ask the author.
How start? Oh, that is part. There is an event part of the story. I'll kind of spoil it for you now. There is something known as the Dark Core. So Star later on in the story, post this part, develops StarTech, as you know now. He's a technopath, and so he has very powerful control over technology. So he's pretty much one with the Star Core, or his supercomputer. StreamerBot is going to die for a second. It's crashing on me.
I have another question after this one.
Yeah. So there is a side piece where an antagonist will infect the Star Core, and that directly affects Star Blast because he's pretty much able to enter this state where he's able to completely control the Star Core with his mind.
He becomes one with the technology.
Yes. And that forms the Dark Core. I believe I actually have an emote based on that. It becomes kind of... If you guys have 7TV, you'll be able to see it. You'll be at least able to see it on stream. Wait, no. Okay.
I see. Okay, I have another question.
Yeah.
What counts as technology?
He can deal with magitech, so things that are magic and tech, and most like computers,
Okay.
machines and stuff. He
What I
can.
mean
Mhm.
is define technology here. Like, really, really define it.
Um, it's
Is it something that has to have an electrical current?
pretty much, or is complicated, like it's machinery. Like he can understand, like
Or is it heavy machinery and upwards?
he has technopathy with things with an electrical current. But he can understand complex machines, and like he can pull them apart and put them back together. He doesn't have like technopathy with.
So say a steam locomotive. Let's use a steam locomotive as an
He could
example.
disassemble it and put it back together, stronger than
Okay.
before.
I mean, I highly doubt that because that would involve like alterations to the design.
He would he would find a way. He's he's beyond genius. He
Well,
has
yeah, I'm not disputing
connections
that.
to
I mean, Steam can be improved. We all know that Steam can be improved. I mean, there was
he would
this
already know
guy,
how to
David
do it.
Wardale. There's this guy, David Wardale, who worked it out in the 1980s, right?
Mm-hmm.
He managed to squeeze almost, I think, 30% more power out of a steam locomotive without changing the base design.
Mm-hmm.
So, judging by that potential, you know, I hesitate to even imagine what Star could have like do.
Yeah, I mean, later on when he builds Star Trek,
But,
and I'll give you a little piece of
but what
information.
I mean to say is,
Mm-hmm.
because this was actually a real thing that happened, right?
Mm-hmm.
Steam drivers, after having like some 20 years of experience on the footplate, right,
Mm-hmm.
would basically be able to quite literally feel the steam locomotive's behavior, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because the thing about steam locomotives that you don't get with any other form of transport at all is steam locomotives have personalities, right?
Right.
Sometimes they are assholes, like
Hmm.
grade A assholes.
Hmm.
Sometimes they just decide that they love you, right? And it is not uncommon to hear like stories of steam engines actually genuinely preferring a specific driver over another
Hmm.
and performing like genuinely performing differently,
Huh.
right? Without any mechanical difference.
Interesting.
Literally between 2 days,
That's wild. Oh.
right?
Hmm.
And it's theorized that it's probably because each driver had a different driving style,
Hmm.
but also steam engines, they feel way too alive for a hunk of metal. It's ridiculous. I have to explain it to you and show you in detail what I mean, but like the thing about steam locomotives in particular is that they are a lot like
Yeah.
animals, right?
Hmm. Sorry, I was
In
slightly
another fact that
concerned.
they
My lights are flickering. Okay, that's not good.
that is
My
not good actually.
if my power dies or something randomly, because I don't, it could be ice on a power line. That's, I noticed it at first. I'm like, oh, okay, and then it happened a second time, and a third time. I'm like, okay, I am noting that.
You're writing that bit down.
Just noting that, so in case the stream just spontaneously dies.
But yeah, steam locomotives feel way too alive because if you think about it,
Mm-hmm.
if you think about the human system, right? What, like, as an organ system, steam locomotives basically have all of the foundational bits, right?
Right.
Like they eat, they drink, they breathe, right? They
Mm-hmm.
excrete in the form of ash and soot,
Mm.
right?
Mm-hmm.
They speak,
Yeah.
and they have a personality.
Mm.
And they're all individual. Even members of the same class would behave significantly differently.
Here, I'll let you talk to Star directly. Okay, Star. There you. There. I'll let you.
Thank you. Hi, Star.
Hi. Hi.
Boop you. So in that case, the question I have for Star
Yeah.
is,
What?
would it be a good idea to take Star to a steam shed and see what happens?
Well, I would disassemble every train and rebuild them in like the most like functional way possible. They might look different because I've taken apart them and rebuilt them.
I
You
would
know,
say probably don't do that. I mean, half of the fun with a steam locomotive is that it's not perfect.
I can fix it. It needs to be perfect.
Actually, they don't. Funnily enough, even if they were perfect, they would have been replaced by diesel traction anyway. Their imperfections is what keeps them around. If they were perfect, they'd be gone. So actually, it's their imperfection that made it so that they are still alive. Or around, not alive. So, as a general rule, that imperfection is a defense mechanism. So if you take that away, then you take away their main superpower.
Hmm. Interesting. What if I made them so much better than everything else? So much better than like nothing else could compete with it.
It's been done already. It's called Duke of Gloucester.
Yeah, they haven't met me though.
Yeah, but also, why would you do that?
Because
First off, it takes from the charm, right?
hmm,
Second off, there's no use in doing it anyway, and it's just a waste because they don't actually operate revenue service anymore.
I would make it more portable. You know,
Yeah, but you couldn't. That's the thing. No
you,
matter
sh-
what,
you sure?
diesel and electric technology have surpassed this.
Don't
You
doubt
would be
me.
better off. You would be better off improving the electric technology.
Never doubt
Why waste
me.
the?
I nearly cracked
I
Code
doubt.
Fusion, so never doubt me.
I doubt that it would be worth your time.
I have enough time. Even though I'm running a $1 billion corporation, the StarTech Foundation and everything. We literally just
Actually, you know what?
make things.
In that case, why don't you just build new steam locomotives?
I'll
How
build the
about
best
that?
ones ever.
I mean, that's pretty easy now because all of the technologies already exist. It's just that no one's really bothered to do
I
anything with it.
invent a new technology. That's what I do. I just make a new one.
I mean, there is a new technology that people are talking about that no one's done.
I would make a new one that no one's done, like I even talked about. That's what I do.
All right, fine. You build a new steam locomotive to rival them all, and then also you make the most efficient factory for making new steam locomotives that are based on existing designs.
I got Magitech by my side. I can make it. Like no matter what, it's gonna be more efficient.
Okay, how about this? To test your real skill, how
Hmm.
about you make new ones that are based on old designs that keep the appearance almost exactly externally,
Well, that's easy.
as well as
You can just use
as
Holotech.
well. No, without holotech.
That's no fun.
Oh yes, it is. No, this is called a challenge star.
Ooh, okay,
Without
okay.
using holotech, without using holotech or any form of magitech, just
Oh,
engineering, just purest engineering, Make existing designs as efficient as possible without altering the outwards external appearance.
Well, it's like
HOLO.
yeah, virtual.
Hologram. So yeah, basically what I'm telling you to do is just improve the design without changing too much.
Okay.
Make it
Okay.
sound and look the same.
Well, it sounds easy.
Or as similar as it can, but make it just better. For example, with the London and North Eastern Railway equipment, just remove the Gresley conjugated valve gear.
Wow. What if I just didn't? What if I just basically took out everything from the inside of the train and it's just a shell, and I upgrade the rails so the rails would just move the train. Get around the whole thing, no problem at all.
Why would you do that? That seems like it's really cost ineffective.
But it might. Then anything can pull anything.
Yeah, but that's also cost ineffective.
I could make it cost effective.
Yeah, but it's stupid.
How dare you? How dare you? Nothing I
Don't
do
worry,
is
it's
dumb.
okay. Yeah, but that one was.
Sorry, magic, so I think Stark can.
Just
Yeah,
because
I can do whatever I want.
just
Yeah.
because you are smart enough to make it happen doesn't mean it's not. Just because it's
Well,
smart
I could
doesn't
call
mean it's
on
not a silly idea.
I could call on Nala for some powerful magic. Just make it happen. Some celestial magic. Just make it
Actually,
happen.
no, wait. That's already been done before. Actually, pneumatic railways, they exist already. Huh. Star, you weren't the first to think of it.
That was something new.
I mean,
Oh,
respectfully, you bought
Onyx had
me.
a question. They were saying, if the glitch was to manifest it in one of my devices, what would I do? The glitch acts as a highly infectious virus, but isn't normal. I would most likely try to fight it in the cyberscape, the cyberspace, where all that is.
You know,
Or disconnect
Cooper,
the system. I would, disconnect the system from the.
Star would isolate the system probably, and then fight the thing in the isolated system so that it can't
Yeah.
spread, where Star has the most control.
I mean, it is pretty
Or I'd
hard
imagine
to
that would probably be
attack
the course of action.
my devices because they're very secure. They're built with Magitech, so it both has magical protection and virus protection because
Star keeps a hmm, an emergency supply of gay pornography on every single device to confound any virus that enters the device. For the
no, I'm
virus will
past that
find it and
now.
then think it's in the wrong place. No.
Mm.
The virus will find it and think, no, this can't be. This is not what would be supposed to where I am supposed to be. I think I have entered the wrong device, and then leave.
Do I have visor? Yes, it's called the Star Lens. Um, I don't have it on right now. I actually want to
To
make
gay
that.
porn.
It's the Star Lens. It connects the whole system. Normally, I have mine with me, but I need to create that for this model. But also
No, just say that Star's not allowed to bring it to stream
yeah, it's too
as he gets
powerful.
distracted.
Oh yeah, but you can see my model has it. My little model, my itty bitty model. The itty bitty me.
Yes, we can see that, you.
Itty bitty me has where I need to make itty bitty me a little bit bigger. See, itty bitty me.
Can I change my question?
Hmm?
Okay. How about this? I'll pose it to you this way, Star.
Mm-hmm.
You're not allowed to change any of the designs Does that that remove their historical value?
So then what am I supposed to do with it?
See if you can drive it
Oh, that's easy.
properly.
That's easy. Do I get to
I
use my
don't think you
Do I get to use my special glasses that tell
don't
me
get to
everything
use
about
anything.
Fuck.
You
I
don't
still
get to
could
use
probably get
anything,
it. I'd still probably get it. I could still probably
and you
understand it
have to
pretty
do
good.
better than me.
Well, I could. I could probably do that. The
You
glitch
have
corrupts
to.
one of your visors
You have
and
to.
then targets the person who uses the visor. Then what? Well, that's pretty much Ember Tech. That's pretty much that. It stole my designs and corrupted them. So, well, the tricky thing is you're fighting a consciousness because the Star Core is a consciousness kind of. It's a copy of myself. It's in a virtual form, so it can fight off on its pretty
Starblast
own.
2 Electric Boogaloo.
It's a conscious like program that is very strong, and so basically, if you infect it with the virus, it thinks for itself to fight back. So if it's that powerful and I need to enter that space, then I don't know exactly what I'll do. That might be a lot. Most likely knock it off line. Yeah, the Ember Tech is what I'm referring to. This fucking thief. You stole everything from me.
Okay, yeah. So basically, the challenge that I'm posing to Star is without any assistance from any of his technology. I want to see if he can pick up Steam driving with no prior experience.
That might be a little tough.
Bearing in mind that steam locomotives are very elemental creatures, they are often compared to dragons.
Two minds in one space. Then no.
So,
What do you mean by two minds in one space? So there's the Star Core system, which is its own consciousness. It's kind of like a super AI that helps out with everything. In for actual terms, for legal purposes, the Star Core is not actually Norm I an actual AI. It's just lore purposes. But yes, the Star Core would be like a
Star is just comparable to an AI in terms of intelligence.
Well, I'm by far more than an AI.
Significantly. Well, it sort of depends. AI is going to surpass human levels of intelligence.
Yeah, but that's the thing.
And then some.
My power, I've
sure
been
it already
blessed by
has.
the great, one of the great gods. They, the god of science itself. Her name is Dr. Sasha Revolution.
You're
She's very
literally
sweet.
Dr. Science. Holy shit.
Well, I'm not the god of science, but she's always has a.
You are science. You are Dr. Science. Shut the fuck up, you're Dr. Science now. I'm changing Star's friend nickname on my account to Dr. Science. I'm friending Star. Friend me back on the Star account right now.
Where is Star?
Please?
Where is Star? My.
Holy shit. I need to. Have I even sent Star a friend request? I need to send Star a friend request.
I beat you to it. Huh. I mean the glitch. Yeah, I'd probably isolate it. I don't know. I don't know exactly what I would do. That's
Honestly,
new.
I'm going to be honest with you. For Onyx, you're asking a question that honestly Star would probably figure out what to do in the moment.
Yeah. That's where most of my
It would
stuff
more
comes to
be
me.
like a circumstantial thing, most likely, as opposed to a pre-planned event, because you can't really pre-plan for something you don't know exists.
Yeah.
But yeah, guys, the question is, do we start Star on easy mode for Steam driving, or do we start Star on hard mode? Do we start Star on extreme difficulty?
Well, also Onyx, it depends on who it's infecting. Because in the day of Star Tech, it's after the Mystic outbreak. So basically everyone's Mystic. So it depends on how strong the mind is. Because if you're dealing with, like, if it got to Gemini, oh, you can't get into his head. Believe me, we've tried experiments to see if I can access what's going on there. It's impossible because of the shadow power. Incredibly powerful in the psychic plane. Or if it's me, you can't really get into my head very easily because I know my own brain
If
very,
a glitch
very
tried
well.
to get into my head and tried to corrupt my mind, it would probably just turn me straight. At which point I'd probably
If
be
you're
gay in a week anyway.
if it goes after Lucian would be pretty hard to fight because he has spirit power, so it's on par with Gemini. Snowfall would be very on par with psychic defense, being the leader of the Mystic Revolution. You might be able to get River. Pyrox, you don't want to enter Pyrox's mind. You don't want to. He would destroy it before it enters because there's nothing left in there. There's nothing left in that mind. Sad. I miss him. It's sad. But and also Helios would destroy it instantly. It would literally burn the virus away. So
I mean, I feel like what Onyx is trying to insinuate is that this glitch is like a disease thing that just basically corrupts your mind instantly as soon as you catch it.
okay.
I don't think Onyx intends for there to be a...
You're in VC. What? What's VC? What VC? Oh, that VC. It's like an Eldritch horror. Yeah, I would. It would probably get the common mystic mind, or it would definitely get the human mind. Humans cannot withstand that.
I mean, I don't know if it'd get me, because I just have tea parties with Eldritch deities, like, regularly.
Now, here's the only thing: if it met Primaris would probably get a bit more power. Primaris would be like, "Yeah, let's work together. Yeah, let's take over more." Because we're focusing on two conversations.
Also, like, Westy is an Eldritch being. I mean, he looks
yeah,
like a
Westy.
deer.
Hi, Westy. Hi.
Westy looks like a deer. I guarantee you there is more than meets the eye. I mean, he sort of runs half of hell on his own, but we don't talk about that.
Westy should meet Lucifer. Lucifer with 2 R's and a U. You should talk with him. Honestly, actually, Westy and Lucifer would get along well. So, do you guys want me to read?
End up fucking.
Okay, do you want me to read part of the next chapter or what I've written for the next chapter? I can read that, and you guys can.
Save it.
Okay. All I'll just say is, yeah, Mag, you are absolutely right.
About Westy.
Yeah, and Lucifer. Lucifer is at the time of the story. In the time we're in this story right now, he's still an angel. He's not a fallen angel yet. Well, he's kind of not in heaven or with the gods. He's watching over all the fallen gods. So he's the warden who watches Fenris. You get to see why he starts to fall. And it's kind of hilarious and cute. But yeah. Yeah. Of course you don't actually get to hear that actually happens because gotta keep it somewhat safe.
Shit,
Well, he arranges something with Fenris. So Fenris wants to speak more with Gemini. So Lucifer's like, fine, but I'm kind of like alone here. There's no other angels or stuff. So he kind of starts, and he's also like, there's no other angels, so nobody's keeping me accountable. And I just bumped my.
Someone was keeping him accountable. Turns out someone was keeping him accountable.
Well, Fenris is a total bottom, but he's manipulative. He's a god of shadows. He's a very manipulative power bottom. But he's
Oh
that's
yeah,
why
that, just look at what Westy said.
I'm bored of being an overlord from a bottom. Yeah, you would
Yeah,
get along with
that
Lucifer. Lucifer is a top. Ah, I have art of him that I've drawn. Art in places that
Hang on, is this the Lucifer that Jack Black wrote that song about?
I don't know.
Hang on, you need to put on The Greatest Song by Tenacious D.
Well, we're listening to Christmas music though.
It is Christmas music.
Really?
Anything Christmas music if you try hard enough.
Well, I don't think that's how this works.
Okay, but I'll give it to you again tonight if you do it.
Okay. There's explain more.
See, guys,
Okay,
I'm
good.
great at this.
But
Screen share for me.
wait. You're talking to Star though.
No, I'm telling Gemini to put it on. Okay,
I mean, I'm not. I don't do anything now, but I'm not against things.
but hang on, hang
Star.
on.
Yeah.
You're
Star.
saying that as Star, right?
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Has the dragon transcended Star's asexuality?
Well, Star is a switch, so he's pansexual and a switch.
Okay,
Well, I am. I need to stop talking about myself in
I'm
the third person.
I am so confused. I'm not that hot. Why does this keep happening?
Well, no, I miss. I used to be able to have more fun. I mean, it's just gotten pretty busy with running a corporation and stuff, and not having Pyrox anymore.
I mean, I guess I
Everything's
can
done.
help. Uh,
Ah,
I guess this is a speed run. Mag fucks everyone speed run.
I'll definitely explain more though. Yeah, yep, good. Um,
Okay. Uh,
wow.
close the camera, your camera thing on this one because
Here, I can do this if you want me to. There.
thank you. Discord just doesn't let you close it on mobile.
Oh my god,
Fucking
that's not good.
stupid. Okay, screen share the music and play the greatest song by Tenacious D.
What's the name?
The greatest song. Tenacious D. Tribute.
Okay.
This is the best song.
The names of these songs in this album? I have to make sure that this happens, so otherwise I don't want to randomly play something else.
So good. It's so stupid. I love it. Lucifer, he said it's a song about Lucifer. Yeah. This is the sort of stupid thing that I just have in the back of my head. Is when you said the character's name, I thought of this song for absolutely no reason other than yeah, okay, you can go back to Kerma now. Give me back the cute boys experience. Turn the camera back on, pretty please.
There you
Cute boys are very important to me. It's
go. Yeah. Lucifer, Fenris make a deal, and yeah, Fenris being the manipulative power bottom he is, yeah, you can only imagine what that deal was.
my freedom for your balls. No, wait, you give me your balls and my freedom. You get absolutely nothing in return.
Well, he finally gets released some pent up, you know. The thing.
Oh
So the thing
wow.
with Lucifer is he's not. Um, you're stuck around a bunch of chaotic, manipulative gods. They're all either want to end the world or everything, and you know, especially with all of them trying to find some way of tricking you. And when you finally
Eventually it's gonna be the dick and balls. Eventually it's gonna be the dick and balls.
when a wolf god decides, hey, I don't even want to leave.
Hello,
I just want to
balls.
speak to someone. I want full permission to start speaking to someone. Of course, nobody actually gets to see this actually occur. It's only alluded to, and not even like directly. It's just between an angel and a god. That information.
You don't get to have it. Haha, stinky chat doesn't get the thing. Stinky.
Um, yeah,
I can read my thing whenever you want, unless you want to keep fooling around for a bit.
I don't mind.
But yeah, you know what? I think what we're going to do to Star is I'm just going to take Star to a Steam driving thing. When I say to a Steam driving thing, I mean I'm just going to sign us up to drive a rail tour, like a full-on rail tour with people on board and everything,
Okay.
right?
Hmm.
And you will have no prior experience, Star, and we're just gonna try and tackle like the steepest mainline gradient in the entirety of the United Kingdom.
Okay. Okay.
It's a locomotive that is arguably too small for it. We'll see if you can do it.
Wait, check his. You said, um, we'll see. One, how I feel if I want to keep reading more. Um, we'll see. We'll see. I might. It's nothing against you. It's right now. It's just.
I can
Uh,
read it for you.
that would be nice. I like hearing mag reading.
If you be nice to me again, I'm going to come.
No, I didn't realize that Star turned you on so much. Well, I.
Shut up.
Here, should I
I'm
let
just
Gemini
being a
come back?
bitch, okay?
Should I let Gemini come back? Should I let him deal
Yes.
with you? Okay.
Yes,
All right.
please. I mean, Gemini's definition of dealing with me is just giving in to everything I say.
She's gonna be
He's
Lucian today.
not really good at it.
It's supposed to be Lucian. Now, I'm done telling since we're done telling the lore, I can go back to the cutest wolf on the planet. Yeah, I said
He
that.
is the cutest wolf on the planet. But he's also Gemini, so Gemini is also that.
Yeah, I know. I just that version doesn't like to admit it. They don't like to admit that.
Yeah?
They know they're cute.
Yeah.
Just like
Oh,
Midnight.
I'm aware.
Midnight just gets pissed off if you call him cute. She's just no. Because he knows he's cute, and he's just like, stop it, I'm not. It gets really mad. It's really, really, really mad.
I love how your definition of really mad is just being even cuter.
I know.
There is nothing threatening whatsoever
I
about.
had to leave notes for Midnight to tell him you know that being that way just I tried to tell him, and he's like, no, if I'm mean enough, they won't call me cute. And it's like, but I don't think they care how mean you are. They just look at you and go, "Aw, how cute."
He doesn't realize that we like mean people. We're just gay like that, guys.
What? No, not that.
Gem, the thing I sent you is totally full of pornography and absolutely not full of a nice story that I'm writing.
Okay.
It's totally full of naked guys. I'm sorry, am I just really stupid?
I opened it up and there's nothing there. There was nothing, none of
What,
that.
are you upset that there's no naked guys? Is my microphone quality okay? Or would you like me to fix anything?
No, it's good. Here,
Does it sound hot, or does it sound like I am inside a plastic cup?
No,
Do my mannerisms make you laugh? My examples of things.
Yep.
Do I amuse you?
Yes.
That's good. That is the intention. I'm glad. That means I'm doing my job. Alright, let me sit up like the good gay homosexual that I am.
Oh, it's okay to put it on the stream, right?
Oh yeah, of course.
Okay.
There isn't actually any gay porn in here. Unfortunately.
You guys are missing out.
No, we don't have any gay porn. None for you guys, at least. You guys aren't allowed any.
Yeah, fortunately Twitch doesn't like that.
Gemini, we make it, but you can't see it. Well, you're not allowed to see it. Is this funny, or am I just being an idiot?
It's still funny.
Okay. Should I get water quickly?
Probably.
Blah. Okay.
I should
keep
probably
him
get
busy
water.
by showing him your butt or something. I don't know.
Fine.
Run ads.
I just did run ads. Fine, I guess I can just go.
Run them again. Scalp the audience for money.
And just wiggle.
Yeah, show them your butt. Work it, dude. Work it, boy.
Wiggle.
Work it.
Wiggle.
Work
Why
it,
do
K
you
boy.
go-
Work it. I should actually go and get the water instead of staring at you. For stereo, shouldn't I?
Hmm.
That would be an efficient use of my time. I'd be right back.
Stare at everyone very, very, very closely. And then I just go, gone. It becomes
Why am I
small.
blind? Fuck.
There. Now you can't
There's
see
no
me.
cup here. Do I need to go all the way downstairs to the kitchen to get a fucking cup? Oh my... I'm going to... Fuck.
There. I'm now just hiding in the middle of the screen. They can't see me. I'm too small. Just,
Okay.
lore accurate Gemini size. Just lore accurate. I'm just this small. And you can actually still see me wiggling slightly. And then I go like this and go. I'm at you all really close and just call and just do wait, everything's breaking. Uh I just go, y'all cute. And just go boom. Yeah. Called cute. Y'all cute. So cute. So adorable. I can now have 2 mags on the screen. Look at that. Look at that. There's 2 of them now. Duplicating. Oh no. I've cloned the mag. We have a problem now. We might have a small problem. Oh my god. Mag, we might have like a small problem.
Why is there so much mag? I'm not even sure you could take that much mag.
I've cloned the mag.
Why?
Because it's funny.
What,
They
do you just
all
want to be snuggled by like 7 different mags at the same time?
maybe more, just more. How many can we fit on the screen?
Let's not find out how many mags we can fit on the screen. Oh, hey, look, it's my Bosnian cousin. That one's made out of magnesium triphosphate. Gem, you're a silly wolf. You know that?
I know.
You're gonna make this a redeem or something. Just make more mag.
Wait, why does Star have ads right now?
This is what it's like being a dragon. Wolves just need you. Like, a lot. Help. My consciousness has been split 8 ways. This is not cash money. Gem, when can I go back to being regular.
Fine.
Thank you. Is my nose really getting blocked now as soon as I have to read? Fuck's sake.
There. This is regular. I just put you on the roof.
Why?
And I just make you disproportionately huge. Let's see how long it takes for the mag before the mag passes out from being held upside down for so long.
Oh no. This is the sort of
Or did we do
experiment that they
this?
used to do on me as a child.
Or did we just do this? I don't know if you guys can see it. Yep, you guys can see this. Did we just hypnotize
This is the
chat
sort
with
of thing
Mag?
that Ben. This is the sort of thing that Ben used to do with me when I was young. He used to do this to me all the time.
Just
Ben
spin
was
the
a
mag.
very abusive parent.
And then I just shrink the mag. Look at that. Look.
Jem likes playing with me.
Look how tiny the mag is now. Look at him. Look at him. Look how tiny he is. I could just, let me go over here and just go. I ate him. He's mine now. Forever.
Jem likes to claim his top.
Yeah. Yeah. Do you want a mag? Okay, fine. So I'll have a mag, and then we'll just do this. We're gonna give chat a mag. Oh, that's upside down. There. We'll give you a tiny little mag right there. There, I've given chat a mag. Mag. Let's just put
Yeah,
him up
I
here.
can.
I'm gonna put him up here. No, wait. Okay. Yeah, let's put him like that. There we go. Well, I know what to do next. Do I have it? Do I have this image somewhere? I should have this image somewhere. We're gonna keep the, we're gonna find a way to keep the mag forever.
Are you gonna push me on at least again?
More of a. I know what to do. Where did I put that image? Okay, then I drag this
How can
down,
this?
and then I put like that. There. Now I get to keep the mag forever. There you go.
Can't log into my account on Fujitech to change my freaking thing because I wanted to use the cute one.
I now have mag in a cage. My own personal mag forever.
Jem likes this, apparently. He likes holding me onto me. This is crazy.
I keep the mag.
Guys, you think Jem, you might think that, if you could be made to believe such, you know. You might think that Jem actually likes me. You might think that he thought that I'm cool or something. It's totally not true, though, right? Right, Jem?
What do you mean? You're super cool.
No, that's not true. And don't do
No.
that thing when you say you don't lie because you're like Wolf and you're like purist of truth.
So cool. So cute. So everything.
Mm.
So much good boy, you know? So I'm just checking to make sure.
He's too nice to me, Pat. Chan, he's too nice to me. It's not possible. Okay, fine, Jem. I will read to you now if you want me to.
Yeah. Yeah, I guess I can take you out of the cage. I
Thank
guess I
you.
can unclone you as well.
Thank you, Jem. Do I read with my glasses on or off?
Well, how do you normally read?
Probably with my glasses on because I haven't even got the phone like 8 inches from my face and I cannot see what's written on it. My vision is very bad. Like exceedingly so. It's actually a concerning thing to me because 20/20 vision?
Mm-hmm.
You remember how I said I have 10/16 instead?
Yeah.
Yeah, I see about half as good as I can.
No, that's not good.
Yeah, it's my eyesight is really, really bad. It's one step up from being like actually blind.
Mag, help. I put you on the other side of the corner, and now I'm in the cage. Help. Help.
Okay, I'll let Jem out of the cage if everyone decides to give him head pet.
Give me a habit. Come on, let me out. Let me out.
If everyone's really nice to Jem and shows him love and support, then I'll let him out of the cage.
Come on.
He must also remove Star from my shoulder because it's not safe there. Star might fall and hurt himself.
What am I supposed to do? Where am I supposed to put him?
On top of the music.
I'm just gonna put him on top of you.
Put Star in the cage.
Okay. Deciding where to.
This would be really weird if someone came onto stream at this point in time, at this moment, right now, and the streamer was just in a cage.
There. Put Star in the cage.
Star is being put in intelligent baby jail. Okay, I'm ready when you are.
Well, don't want to move my entire OBS setup. That's bad. There we go. Okay.
Okay. Okay, let me do a vocal warm up. Let me just stimulate my vocals. Say something so that I can react to it.
Adorable.
No! Okay, thank you. I've just remembered how my voice works. Yes, I just forget that sometimes. Cope.
Yeah, Star, that doesn't work right now. You can't use the TTS. I have it paused.
Hey, Jam, out of curiosity,
Mm-hmm.
do you want me to read the chapter titles? Or should I just not? Because that sort of like tells you what's going to happen in the chapter.
Whatever you want.
Okay, I'm not going to.
Okay.
Chapter 1. He belted down the street as if he had the hounds of hell nipping at his heels. Wheeling round the corner, he peered back, and the blue uniform swung at his head. He jumped back into motion, his long legs bounding across the dusty street. Pebbles and dust crunching under his thick boots, he'd become used to running. He'd made quite a habit of it. He lurched around another corner and saw the valley stretch out in front of him, the lush hills either side stretching out farther than he could see. Shouts followed soon, and he picked the pace back up, running up the street between the houses. The morning was chilly. He pulled his coat close and carried on running, half to warm up, half to evade the constabulary. He felt that the little voice in his head that told him it was about to get hairy and was fucking, I can't read. He felt glad that the little voice in his head that told him it was about to get hairy was still as punctual as ever. He heard a whistle and ran towards it. He soon found himself on a small railway bridge, where the railway ran under the road, and the small steam locomotive that he'd heard bustled underneath. The train had a few wagons, which were, very fortunately for Jack, full of loose soil. As he jumped before he looked, he slammed hard into the bottom of the wagon, and pain danced across his shoulder. He looked up and saw the constables shouting over the edge of the bridge, waving nightsticks in the air. Jack smirked to himself. Another successful escape. Unfortunately, he had nothing to show for it, but he had his freedom and his life. That's the last time I tangled with the locksmith, that's for certain, he said, rubbing a sore shoulder. He sat up and looked towards the locomotive. Wonder where I'm off to, he thought aloud, before collapsing back onto the dirt. He thought about the decisions that had led him here, and then about what could have been. He snorted and placed his arms behind his head. He was happy as it was. Later that morning, Jack awoke with a start, a shoe pressing at his side. A man in sooty overalls nudged him into consciousness, and he mumbled under his breath, sitting up, rubbing the shoulder that was beginning to bruise. "Morning," the man grinned. "Good morning," Jack sighed. "I suppose you want an explanation." "Is it better I don't query the man who fell into my wagon?" the driver chuckled. "Maybe so, maybe no," Jack grunted. "Well, up you come, friend," the driver replied, extending a hand, which Jack took. The driver hauled him from the wagon and helped him onto the loading platform. Jack thanked him, and then it occurred to him he had no idea where he was. "The station is just that way," explained the driver. "Just you mind yourself through the yard." Jack thanked him and turned away, stuffing hands into warm pockets and trudging away. He turned back and the driver called out a final time. "And keep yourself out of trouble, yeah?" Jack snorted. Trouble might as well have been his middle name, as it always seemed to follow him wherever he found himself. He looked both ways, crossing the railway line, and stumbled towards the platform. He grimaced and leaned on a wall, pulling his boot from his foot and emptying the loose dirt. It was almost like sand, and like sand, he never quite got the last of it out. He walked onwards and found a sign. Slugworth, he read. What an awful name. He looked down the platform and saw a cafe. He realized just how hungry he was and walked over. He reached out for his coin purse and pulled a coin out, going to the till. He ordered a coffee and a pastry and sat down. He threw his wallet onto the tabletop, and it made an empty clack. "You're looking rather slim again, old friend." He sighed and slumped back. It had been at least 4 days since he'd actually eaten hot food, so it was welcome. Once he'd eaten, he left another coin on the table as he was feeling generous after a hearty meal. He stood, took his coat, and left, exiting the station into the town. He walked around town for a few minutes before stopping in front of an old church. He walked in the gate and around to the church garden. He found the clergyman on his knees, bent over a flower bed. The Reverend patted the soil and dusted off his hands, sitting back. The flowers were pretty. "Bluebells?" Jack asked. "Oh, yes, my favorite of all," the Reverend said. "You know, bluebells grow in the glen not far from here. When they're in season, the valley is nearly blue. You must see it someday. The Reverend turned to Jack and smiled and nodded. You must be new here. I've never seen you around before, he said, with a warm crinkling around his eyes and yet warmer smile. His face was round, as was the rest of the clergyman, who clearly ate well. The black in his hair was fading, and his silver beard met the sunlight in just the right way. He was best described as jolly, Jack thought. Yes, I've just come from one of the neighboring towns. Visiting and the likes, Jack said. Have you any idea where I might find something interesting to occupy myself with? The Reverend stood. He was a head shorter than Jack, but twice what Jack was in bulk. Reverend Edward Dolby, he said, smiling again, and extending a hand. At your humblest service. Jack McGinty, Jack smirked, shaking the heavier-set man's hand. Jack soon found himself helping the Reverend finish the gardening surrounding the church. He felt a strange attraction to the place, which is why he'd come in the first place. From seeing the spire in the town to the stained glass in the windows, the place, and by extension the clergyman, began growing on him. He felt that whatever had brought him here, be it fate, chance, or something else, entirely intended to keep him here. Jack had a wandering spirit, but just this one time, he was content to stay a while. The pair of very dedicated horticulturalists only realized that they'd been gardening for far longer than intended once the sun fell over the distant mountains, plunging much of the town into a hazy orange glow. The Reverend, who went by Ted, stood up and walked to the shed that they'd planted daisies around, and brought out an oil lantern. He lit it, and a warm glow washed over the courtyard. Jack, who was covered in muck and stained with sap, sat on his heels, observing their work. Job's a good 'un, Jack stated, matter-of-factly. It is, isn't it? Smiled the priest. I'm headed down to the pub if you'd like to come along. Priests drink? Jack asked, looking puzzled. Not me. The barman is an old friend, he laughed. And to top it all off, his kitchen is the best in the whole of Slugworth. The Reverend smiled. And then spoke again. We'd better get these overalls off. We're a right mess, aren't we, son? Jack followed Ted into the church, which was unlocked with a clunky bronze key that looked as old as the building, which was a real achievement. Ted and Jack took the coveralls off, and Jack studied the older man, who wore a reddish-brown tunic and darker brown trousers. It was simple, but it was a nice look. He looked incredibly friendly, which he lived up to easily. Jack put his overalls with Ted's, and the older gentleman took a turn studying Jack. Jack suddenly felt uncomfortable in his tattered work pants, suspenders, and old shirt. He pulled his coat close again, as a chill hit him. Edward thought. He led Jack outside, and locked up. They walked down the street, and the Reverend spoke up again. What do you think of our town? He asked. It's got an awful name, Jack replied. The clergyman looked at him through squinted eyes. Sorry, but I can't lie to a reverend, he finished. Ted erupted in laughter. It filled the darkening streets as he bellowed. Jack found himself laughing just at the sound alone. It was infectious. They kept talking as they walked, and Ted pointed out landmarks in the town. Jack listened, looked, and gasped at the beauty that the town held. Small creeks, ancient trees, vines crawling up buildings. It was all new to Jack, who'd never slowed down enough to notice such details. He'd always been too busy running. He vowed then and there to learn to appreciate this slower lifestyle from the old priest. They rounded a corner and Jack heard music, quiet and distant, but growing as they approached a long building, cobbled on the bottom and white and black wooden supports on the top, complete with a thatched roof and chimneys belching smoke from a hearty fire that was outlined in gold by the setting sun playing across the sky. The door was open, and golden light played across the floor. Ted led the way and entered the pub. As Jack followed, he read the sign hanging above the door. The Good Clergyman. Looking from the sign, he followed Ted inside and sat beside him at the bar. The Good Reverend, exclaimed a gritty northern voice from behind the bar, and a tall man donning a heavy apron and a groomed red beard, a handlebar mustache, and a head of hair that was just beginning to turn silver, almost fell from the kitchen door, coming down with his large hands upon the bar. His blue eyes twinkled, and he held out a hand to Ted, who shook it graciously. Samson Reagan beamed almost ear to ear, and Ted likewise returned the sentiment. "Samson, meet Jack," Ted said, turning to Jack. Jack looked up at the giant standing in front of him. Samson lived up to his name, as he stood at nearly 5 inches above 6 feet. Jack shook his hand, and Samson's grip nearly made him wince. "Sorry," said Sam. "I forget my strength." He leaned over the bar. "What can I get you, my friends?" he asked. "I'll have a tea, please, and some lamb, maybe," Ted said, more than he asked. "All right," said Sam, writing this down on a notepad. "And you?" he turned to Jack. Jack started, before he realized that he had no idea what he wanted. "The same for him, Sam," said Ted. "Unless you'd like a stronger beverage." No, I'm all right with tea, thanks," Jack replied. "Good lad," Ted said. They ate and talked about everything and anything. The weather, the impending spring, the harsh snows that still covered much of the uplands, news, travel, until it came to matters of paying for the meal. Ted pulled his pouch out and called for Sam. Jack quickly pulled his own, and rummaged through looking for coin enough to pay for his meal. He furrowed and rifled through the bottom before pulling out 3 coins. Ted looked at Jack, who flushed as he placed the 3 coins tentatively onto the counter. They covered more than 3/4 of his meal, but he had nothing left other than buttons and needles. Jack shifted nervously as the Reverend eyed him, before the priest pulled out more coins from his own pouch and waved Jack to take his money back. They stood and left. The pastor looked at Jack, studying his clothes in the light of the window, before he nodded and led Jack up the road. He stopped at another business. Large painted letters sprawled Atchison's Ltd. in sweeping gilded arcs over a deep blue backboard. Ted let himself inside and a bell rang. A lady bustled out from the back, dressed in a small black dress. She was older and must have been a grandmother, for she held a rag doll still being sewn. She set it onto the counter, patting it softly, and walked around to Ted, hugging the man so tightly his eyes bulged out. "Oh, good to see you, Ted. It's been a right mess since Lily came about, and we needed to ask you about the baptism, see? Joan was supposed to do it this past Sunday, but she fell ill, see?" she started, as she let go, standing tall. "And who's this now? Looks a veritable tramp, he does." Her scowl and a warm northern accent made Jack blush under scrutiny. "Sit down and I'll sort you out," she said, taking Jack by the arm with all the speed of a greyhound. She sat him down, taking measurements of his arms and torso, tutting and sighing, before walking around to the back of the store and returning with shirts, tunics, and all sorts of wonderful clothes Jack had never even thought of. She chatted with Ted and once or twice gave him a stern look. Jack picked up on bits and pieces, but was far too ensconced with choosing from the clothes that the lady, whose name was Esmeralda, had set out for him. As he chose a pair of nice light corduroys, Esmeralda glared at Ted, saying, "And when, pray tell, are you going to come see the Sprog?" she asked. "Some great uncle you are." And she poked him in the chest. Jack brought the chosen clothes to the till, where Esmeralda stashed the others. She rang them up, and Ted paid. "Don't be silly," she said, sliding one of the coins back across the top. "Not so much for family, and you can pay the favor back by coming to see your grandnephew here." She smiled and waved as they left. Ted chortled. "My sister-in-law," he said. "My dear brother inherited the shop from her father, see?" Jack softened. The clothes had still been pricey with the discount, but Ted didn't seem to mind. "You travel a lot?" Ted asked. "Yes," Jack said. "I don't often stay anywhere more than a week." "Indeed," Ted sighed. "It's a lovely place, despite the name," Jack said, thoughtfully. "It has its ups and downs, but it's quaint," Ted said. "It isn't bad going, says I." They walked back towards the church as the clock struck 8 past midday. As they turned onto Church Road, aptly named, a man dressed in a black suit stood at the door. That was supposed to be midnight, by the way, not midday.
Okay.
A man dressed in a black suit stood at the door to the church, leaning on a cane. As they closed in, he stood and walked to meet them. "Evening, Edward," the man said in a southern drawl. That's southern English, so that's London. That's more or less what I have, apparently. But I don't sound English, I'm more British.
Okay.
It's weird. English accents are weird. "I'm sorry to bother you so late, but may we go inside?" Jack watched Ted and the man share a knowing glance, and Ted nodded, letting them inside. They sat in a cozy room with a low ceiling, large table, small kitchen, and a tap. The man removed his hat and set it on the table before Ted brought light food, bread and cakes, setting them upon the table. The man sighed before explaining that they, whom Jack assumed to be a construction firm, had assessed the damages to the stonemasonry of the church spire, and that all of the old stones were becoming loose. This meant that it would all have to be carefully taken down and put back up again, but it would take money. He outlined that the estimate would be in excess of £100 and 10 shillings. So this takes place in 1911, right?
Okay.
So
Yes.
that would be the equivalent to about £14,000 today, which is around $20,000. So that's a lot of money.
Okay.
So, yeah, that. Sorry, I have to keep bringing up a little bit of context like this.
Mm, Fine. I
This
do it
is
all the
rough
time.
because it's written in 2 days, mostly when I've been half asleep, so I still need to go through and edit it.
Mm, mm.
I am actually quite tired now, which is why I'm reading so badly. I'm sorry for my shitty reading.
Well, I think you're almost done with this chapter, so.
Mm. He outlined that the estimate would be in excess of £100 and 10 shillings, apologizing for being unable to lower the price any further. Ted held head in hands and bade the man good night, as the gentleman stood, donned his hat, and left. Ted made tea, and had his small cakes with his brew, pondering. Jack had never heard of so much money in his life, let alone seen so much. Ted sighed before speaking. Diocese may cover a quarter of that, but that leaves us with £75 to raise. He looked up at Jack. What's worse is that we must raise the money before July, or else the construction company will have to move on to other jobs. Jack looked at the man, who was obviously racking his brain for ideas. Jack, who was still stunned by the sheer amount of money, let his jaw drop. Ted stood and looked at Jack, saying, I can put you up in one of the guest rooms, so long as you're in Slugworth, if you'll keep helping around the parish. Jack was delighted to agree, as it beat sleeping on the roadside like he normally did. He was shown to the bedroom, which was very small, but warm and homely. Jack put up his things and lay down, drifting quickly to sleep. So that's the end of the first chapter.
Okay. Let me see what my ads are like, just so I know. They're running in 19 minutes. Do you think you still have time, or?
I can probably get through chapter 2 in 19 minutes. Chapter 2 is all I have left. But
Okay.
honestly, I need feedback on chapter 1 because it's like, aside from
Um,
all the errors in the writing itself, because I haven't gone back and edited it yet.
what perspective is this third person omniscient, whatever the word is, or limited? Is it supposed to be we only know what's from Jack's perspective or from everyone's?
At the moment, we're following Jack
Uh,
alone, but
so
later on, there will be stuff that we know about that Jack doesn't, if that helps.
Because I noted one thing. You introduced a character's name. If it's limited,
It's
you
not
introduced
limited. No.
because you introduced a character's name before you told the main character their name. Like we got introduced their name before the main character got introduced their name.
Yeah, it's not
So
going to be limited because we're going to follow multiple characters
okay.
and also
Well, it's gonna
learn
be a
about them
targeted
before.
perspective. So it's like you're just
Yeah,
focusing on one. But that's all I noticed.
yeah.
So that's the only thing I really noticed. And if there's anything like you need to explain here, try to find some way to fit this in. So time frame is good to just put in that like just a first like it could be just an introduction of on the streets of
Okay.
such and such place at this time. Like just it gives you just a slight bit of okay, so that's the time because you don't ever say the year, I don't believe, in it.
No, I don't. I'm probably going to put that in as like notes.
Because it could be almost
Uh,
like more like a narrator's speech of like the narrator telling you like, so like in whatever year it is, like something.
I also think that the title's probably going to have the year in it
Okay, that would work. Yeah,
because
and night night
the
Westy.
intention that I have with this is that
Westy's going to sleep, so you know.
there is Jack and the Reverend are going to end up working together. Oh, hang on, I'm getting an alarm. Never mind, I'm fine. Jack and the Reverend are going to end up working together to fundraise for this thing
Okay.
to get the spire repaired, and they're going to come up short, but there's going to be an auto racing thing, right? Where the Reverend and Jack are going to end up together, basically doing an endurance race across the entirety of the UK.
Okay.
And because of that, I'm probably going to have the name in the title. I can't speak. I'm sorry. I'm so tired right now. I don't know if I'll be able to read the second chapter
Okay.
because I'm too tired and I cannot read right now.
So you could save it for next Friday. Yeah. What is next Friday? Oh yeah, it's not Christmas time yet. It's not that stream because the the week of Christmas that Friday is not going to be a storytelling stream. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
could be, but um, no, you still have 2 more Fridays before. Ah, I still have 2 more weeks. Aww.
Yeah. No, I'm not going to read it. If you want to read it, go ahead, but I
I
can't
enjoy
read
hearing it
right
from
now.
the original authors because then they have like the tones that the characters are supposed to have.
I can't do it. I'm not. My brain isn't working right now, like at all, and I'm sorry. It this
You're
doesn't
okay.
happen often, but I am just actually struggling to think or speak at all.
I
I'm
put
sorry.
Star in a cage. Yeah, I did mount. I'm actually gonna make that a thing now. So when redeems are all the redeems are off, because they're paused right now, so we don't interrupt people. Star will be in a cage. And if Mag's not gonna read anymore, I can turn the back on.
I'm sorry.
Well, actually, I'm gonna try to turn it back on. I'm trying to turn the. Did it work?
My brain isn't working. I'm fucked up. I can't. I don't think I can write 7 essays in one day and then still read afterwards.
Give me a second.
Like I don't think that's possible. I did too much writing today. It's my brain is actively rising against the English language.
There we go. I got it to work. Now Star can I can put Star in a cage and take him out of the cage. So now you guys actually have a way.
Can we just speak in gayness for the rest of the stream because my brain is writing against the English language?
Well, wait,
Can we speak in Awaban Goober noises?
wah, 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 wah. I gotta put star back. Oh,
Yeah.
wait, you're covering star.
Anyo. Destroy me. Delete me.
No,
Why?
because that's not right. I would never delete the mag. Okay, what now?
Okay.
Onyx, do you want to read or no? I'm not gonna make you read or anything. Only if you want to.
I am unsure if I can even listen to more English. I might actually have to deafen and then
Oh,
actually read it tomorrow myself.
okay. Onyx, if you
I
want
can,
to do it, I can. A bit busy. Okay. I can
Jem,
take.
can you hit me in the head with a hammer, please?
No, what about my thingy? Also, I can. Let me see. How long is it? I also don't know. I don't know the tones you have in it. Where is it? I'd be trading. What are you trading? We're super short. I have to put my glasses on. I took them off because I was just enjoying the story, and looking at white screens starts to hurt my eyes after a while. Trading for mod.
No,
Oh,
why will that? That's crazy.
that's what they're doing.
You're not
Okay.
supposed to enjoy that, Jem. You're supposed to say that it's awful and bad and awful.
Where is the story?
Mm.
Do you want now? You could link it into the story section.
You can link it in the story section or send it to Jem in DMs.
Yeah.
Sorry for that, Jem. It felt like a shit show.
Oh, I should. Why is this not?
Man, that felt really bad. Was that as bad as I feel like it was?
No, it was not. I think it was. I think you did well. Yeah,
Right now, I feel like I did absolutely awfully, so I'll probably make my edits to that over the weekend, and then next week I'll read it properly if it can sound good.
I am gonna do. I'm gonna move. I'm gonna move the story stuff from your stories back to a forum because I think having it in a thread is a bit messy.
Mm. Sorry, Jem. I am apologizing for this now.
Scroll back to October. What kind of a file is this? The peer review. Okay, that's what it is. I'll probably read one thing.
Yeah.
Okay, these are interesting. Let me get stuff set up. I'm gonna put the mag back in the small screen.
Thank you
Small.
for that. Thank you.
Yeah, where's the big mag? There we go. No small mag. 80B mag.
Itsy bitsy is preferable.
Oh, damn.
Yeah.
Oh, I can't. Just let me. Just up. I guess Sorrel's not here. I just noticed. Set this stuff up. but I'm gonna switch the. I'll come to the center and explain what I'm doing first. For anybody who has posted a story, I'm gonna move that stuff to a forum style channel instead of the your stories, like the your stories just channel, because I think it's gonna be a little bit
Just make a
cleaner.
new one. Just make a new one for the time being and stop people from being able to post in the old one. Just so
Yeah,
that in case people have any work that's saved only there,
yeah,
it doesn't
that's
just get deleted.
right. Um, there's it's gonna be locked, so you guys can still see it and everything, but it's gonna be locked. Um, for now, you guys just move stuff to that set, because it will be easier then to see what gets updated. Because then, if you guys want me to read it, the updated stuff will come up to the top. So versus this, where it's kind of hard to see the threads. So I'll set this stuff up a little bit more later. Let me see. Can I make sure you guys can actually permissions? Storyteller. Where's the settings? Create posts. There we go. Okay, yeah. Let me yeah, just put it in. Make sure. Tell me if it works first. Oh wait, what? Oh, you sent? Oh, did you send me those images for that? I will send you this link back. If if you want to appear now, when you do brain's not braining. So you're gonna use this. I can't edit yours. Yeah, it makes it easier to find stuff. It's in the new your stories. That thing, that site Zeno, that's where the Fugu Tech stuff is. I can't change yours. Can your phone handle it? Yeah, you just edit them. You just have to sign in with Discord and edit them and add whatever you want. Um, so yeah, it should be able to be edited from phone. I like how it shows everyone I have been in a Discord with recently. Yeah, I can't edit. I can't change yours. I like how it shows that who has been in a Discord with me before.
Oh, is that the Fuji thing?
Yeah. Actually, I need to move. I need to put the small mag, the secondary mag, in the corner over here. Why? Because I'm reading a story and then I hide this. Yeah. Okay, that works. That's gonna start shortly. God, my internet. What's going on? Is it breaking? Is it exploding? Okay, yes, it works. Good. Matt was able to send stuff. That's good. I'll put things. Yes. Uh, if you're wanting to, if you can't show up now, I'll read Mount story first, or Mount stuff first. If you can appear now, no. Just, I need. It helps me decide who's going first. It helps me know that. You want not go first? Okay. I'll do that. Story capture. This is. Are you gonna show right now? Oh my goodness! Both of you guys are like. Neither one of us can show up. I took a take a slight break, and since both of you are not appearing yet, I can just grab a quick thing to eat while both of you guys are doing whatever you guys are doing. That probably is gonna work best. Here, we'll take like a quick break. I'm not gonna do like a whole lunch thing, so I'll just quickly get something. I'll be back. There's also ads gonna run soon, so. No, I'm gonna run the ads. I'll be back. I'm gonna grab something quickly. I see you. Hi. Well, I actually things to talk about. Something came to my attention that was kind of huge. I mean, big. No, it's not Mag. I'll wait till the ads are over, but this is pretty interesting news. Yeah. What news? I'm gonna wait. Okay, I'll wait 1 minute. I'm just gonna for the ads to end. We need to get you guys a Christmas tree though for chat. We need to get you guys one. I just don't know how long it's gonna last before you guys light it on fire. Wow, just try this song on. Okay, good. Here's everyone's back. So, I learned Netflix just bought Warner Brothers. Yeah, Netflix just bought. Hey! Why didn't I hear that? Oh, starts really quiet on man. Wait, yep. I'm gonna confirm it, but well, they're trying to. At least they've. Yeah, they just bought. Um, I don't know. Yeah, it seems to be that they are buying Warner Brothers for a $82.7 billion deal. So that means they will be acquiring HBO, like Harry Potter, a whole bunch of stuff. That's huge. So
Hold on.
Batman, DC, yeah, all of that.
Doesn't Warner Brothers own like a lot of the older cartoons as well?
Looney Tunes, all of that. Yep.
Holy shit! Netflix is gonna own Looney Tunes.
So here's what's happening. The studio
The
is
only problem
splitting.
is
Yeah.
the only problem is that I see with that is I don't know if Netflix will be allowed to buy
Well, it's
Warner
also
Brothers.
so it's between a couple of different companies are all going after it. So it's splitting up its studios. Warner Brothers is basically dividing itself, and Netflix wants to buy it, or at least they're trying to buy it. That was live.
I think that the Competition and Markets Authority would get involved if something like that tried to happen.
Well, they are
I
trying
mean,
to happen.
they did when Microsoft and Activision had a merger. The CMA got involved and had a little look around. Same for when Fiat and Vauxhall merged, because it's the likelihood is that with massive mergers between such big giants in the industry, there's the two of the main supermarkets in the UK, which is Morrison's and Sainsbury's, tried to merge, and they were prevented from doing so because the Competition and Markets, like the Competition Authority, stated that that would give them too much of a monopoly over the market, which is dangerous because it can make them anti-competitive, and if they become anti-competitive, then that means that the consumer just loses out on all fronts. The thing is that I think that this would be a similar deal if Netflix were to buy shares in Warner Brothers, giving them access, and I mean sole access to franchises such as Harry Potter and, etc. Because that would be a massive restriction on
Universal.
it would just be a massive restriction on the consumer.
So this goes.
And it would be all
I
around
hate
worse
this.
for the
All the
consumer.
news companies are just like, "Hey, we're not going to tell you anything. We're not going to." Okay, ready? This is how you do it. You go look at Reddit. Reddit gives you it for free. So, so it's going to be either game development. So they're going after the game developments. They're going after Harry Potter, Game of Thrones, DC. So, yeah, the U.S. competitive regulators are most likely going to get involved.
See? Told you so.
But we don't know. I don't know how I feel. I feel like Netflix honors a lot of what shows want. Like when you have Stranger Things and...
The problem is that it's not about Netflix honoring them. It's about Netflix having too much power as a stakeholder in the market.
Yeah.
Because if Netflix owns all of those big brands as well, right? When they were owned by Warner Brothers and Netflix separately, that meant that the competition between Warner Brothers and Netflix kept each other in check, right? Netflix owning those names means that Netflix can just jack up the prices and people don't have anywhere else to go.
Yeah.
Right? That's the problem. It's the reason that no matter what happens, Disney and Netflix cannot have a merger. No matter what happens.
I don't think
they even so much as suggested that the Competition and Markets Authority would get involved and stop that immediately.
Yeah, I
think it's going to be the same sort of principle.
I don't trust them. Trust Disney. Netflix, I'd trust a little bit more. I feel like they honor it just a little bit.
Netflix is almost trustworthy. Disney is not.
Yeah,
the problem is Disney is in a monopoly.
Onyx, do you want to read first? No, I don't want to open it in Word. Oh no, he wants to open it in Word.
Am I speaking again? Oh no.
Application, one trip to drive, Google Docs. I gotta turn that back on. I should be able to edit this now. No, I don't want to open it up in... There's a way I can edit up in not Word. No, okay. Yeah, would you want Onyx to read first? No, not that edit. Offline editing for... Yes, that is what I'm looking for. Certain extension, which should let me... No, it's supposed... Are they Word documents? They are Word documents. Yeah. I'm like, it's Word documents. I don't use Word. I haven't used Word in like years. I don't usually like Word. This is why I use Google Docs. Because then I can edit it from anywhere and not have any of these problems. Okay, Fox Sage, you just keep appearing and disappearing. The fox just, I think Great Fox Sage is hiding in a box and just goes, and then gone. And then gone. It's kind of cute. It's really cute, actually. If you want to send me the... I could use Word. I just don't normally use Word. You could also no problem with mine. Yeah, well, yours was in a PDF, which it still works. I can open up PDFs on Chrome. Luckily. Um, if you want to send the like a PDF version or something, I can. Yes, that I can read on here. Yeah, you're fine with saying the PDF. There we go. Now I can use this. F11. Onyx, if do you wanna read, or do you wanna? Uh, yeah, you're good. It's good saving. You're fine saving a PDF amount. That's sent to me as PDF and not a Google Doc. You guys can, if you guys want to create like a copy document of your stuff that's like a for the public view, you guys can. I don't really mind what you guys do. How you guys share? Call me cute. Oh, suppose, yeah. Uh, Onyx, do you want to read it yourself? I actually really like hearing you reading it. It's actually really nice. Unless you,
Yeah, if that's okay. Hello,
ah,
hello, hello.
ah, appear out of nowhere. Uh,
Yes, I did. Sorry.
there we go. Look at the cute moth. Look at them.
Yes,
There we
I made
go.
it myself.
So cute.
It's a PNG, so you can make it small.
Well, I like it's big because if you're the one reading, then like you take up the space. Cute, yeah, yeah.
Okay, okay, okay. All right.
Adorable. Yeah, I
I
know.
need.
So adorable.
I drew it myself. Took a little while. Took about an hour or so.
Really well
Yeah,
done.
I even made. I used. It's a little sticker pack I made for Telegram a long time ago.
Yeah.
But regardless. Okay,
Thank
I
you.
go sit down. Okay. Alright, now let me just go into here, put it up there, and it will be chapter 2. Alright, everybody ready?
Yeah.
Sorry.
Uh, The more you read out loud, the more confident you're going to get over time.
Oh, eventually. Alright, chapter 2, the online match. Lunaric stone is what comprises most of the tunnels and stone we dig. Sometimes granite, sometimes marble, slate, obsidian, pretty much any kind of stone you can think of. The lunaric stone is the most common. We call it this because of how it looks. It's dark and speckled like granite, and it has layers like a sedimentary rock. And how it's almost as tough as the barrier, though breakable, unlike the barrier, and quite rich in materials. I stretch, having been sitting here for an hour looking at rocks, while waiting for Obsidian to finally show his face. Where is that numbskull? I stood up from the small pile of rocks I made as a makeshift seat and look around trying to figure out where he could be. He told me to meet in the market district to hang out. So I start to wander the place, lining littered with merchants along the street. Some larger stores and buildings, mostly company stores. Mostly company stores. I browsed the smaller merchant goods, most of which comprised of tech gadgets and to make life more easier or just parts. Plenty of random metal and chitin jewelry. Subconsciously, I touched my Archnida earring while looking at a plush store, decorated with various animals and fictional characters. An Archnida plush is nestled in the pile, which catches my eye. Gently picking the soft critter up, I smile at the craftsmanship. The creator made it very well, making it look sharp and armored while it's still cute and huggable. I check the handcrafted tag and see it's only 15 shards, so I pull out three 5 shard coins and hand it to the elderly lady watching me with a hearty smile. The elderly nods, taking the hexagonal coins and pocketing them. Distraction out of the way, I continue looking for obsidian. I tuck the armored spider into my sweater with its front clawed legs and head poking out as if it's just a small, curious child. As I did, Obsidian's distinct horn pokes out from the crowd. I find Obsidian standing by a, the wall, browsing various gems. Walking up to him, I tap his shoulder. There you are. Thought we were going to hang out. What happened? I growl, somewhat mildly annoyed already. He whirls around to me, then smiles and puts up his hands. Oh, there you are. I was looking for you. I just got a little distracted. He chirps defensively. I just shake my head and ask, what do you want to do this weekend anyway? I cross my arms away so that the spider could still see. He notices and pauses to process what he's seeing, then chuckles a bit. Didn't know you like those things. Cute man. I wanted to walk with ya. You see, there is this new building not too far from here. They replaced the old office building with an arcade. He gestures as if moving a 3D hologram of a map. I should have figured it was something like this. I didn't mind it. I didn't mind too much as I can find something to let him get distracted and I can leave. All right, lead the way, I say, while flicking my wrist, shooing him forward, of which he nods and starts in a direction. I follow beside him, admiring the city somewhat. Though not as advanced as the luxurious Sector 1, Sector 9 tries its best to uphold a good appearance, as it has the best schooling. 9 is used as a major educational sector. Plenty of colleges and universities scattered evenly with multiple purposes. A few major high schools and elementary schools. It's not like the other 11 sectors, but it's not like the other 11 sectors don't have education. It's more so that Sector 9 has the best out of all 12 sectors. The rest serve other purposes more effectively. As we walk down the street, we pass a small park. I pause and watch some of the small bats playing together, chasing their parents and giggling as they run through the moss. I smile softly, absorbing some of their positive energy and continuing on. Obsidian looks at me, noticing the family, then looking at me and asking, while magically, though probably from his pocket, munching on a small biscuit. What you thinking over there? My ears flick as I look at him away from the dreary stone. Hmm? Oh, nothing really. Happiness is infectious at times, right? I chirp, looking out to the stone walls of buildings, the graffiti and crystal signs being the only decoration. Obsidian squints his eyes at me for a bit, then shrugs, only to point at me with his biscuit, thoughtfully murmuring, "I've seen you hanging with the blood girl yesterday." He started, chewing rather loudly before speaking again. You keep you keep up, you're going to get Phosphorus jealous. He continues eating the last of his biscuit. My ears flick down like a Vascaline as I squint at him and hiss. I've told Phosphorus multiple times I'm not interested. And what is your point? He held up his hands and chirped pathetically. Oh, I'm just wondering if you want me to try and gain her over like the other two. His reply was in a matter-of-fact tone, which actually angered me for some reason. My ears bolt up and twist, signaling my feeling of anger and feeling insulted. Not everyone I meet. You'd suck at it regardless. Did you take a trip through the? Did you take a Did you take a trip through the glitch? He looks at me surprised, then smiles smugly, his ears showing realization as as his tail tipped curled like a vascaline. Oh, I see now, he started. The loner has some bat he likes, he cooed, leaning on an imaginary table to eye me. I just glare at him, my ears pinned down in disappointment. But I huff and at look to my left, complaining. Are we there yet? We have been walking for a while now. Not that you have noticed. His ears perked up as he looks ahead, then nods. Oh yeah, just that building. He points to a small boarded up shop that doesn't look the most inviting, yet he treads on. The only signal that this place The only signal of this place being an arcade is a small spray painted sign saying "Welcome, Arcade" in bold Kristravic letters. This place looks like somewhere where I get a nephthite deal. I murmur, looking at Obsidian wearily. Obsidian scoffs and bites at me. Ha! You say that like you don't live in Sector 9. He opens the door and invites me in. I glare at him, my tail flicking as I ask in a hissing tone, "What are you implying, fifth sectorist?" The blue bat recoiled, then shook his head, swiping his hands across himself, defending himself. Nothing, nothing, nothing serious. Nothing, nothing. Seriously, just more active down in the lower sectors. He raised his hand, making quotation marks. I tilt my snout up and declare, I'm kicking your sorry ass in whatever this place has for fighting games. I follow behind him into the dimly lit room. Despite outside appearance, it is an arcade filled with many machines along the walls and making up hallways. There is a set of stairs that goes a floor down. Obsidian opens his arms and calls out, "Flair, where are you, my friend? I brought the Green Loner." As soon after, a red Kristovath walks into the view, his horn cracked with a chunk missing out of it. He smiles and waves a peace sign, his many piercings shining nicely as he crosses his arms and leans on the counter. His fur is gruff and his jacket and stylization making him appear like a cliche emo, though friendly. He looks me down and pulls out a thin pipe with a shard of charvite at the tip. He lights it with a plasma torch and puts it in his mouth, smoking the crystal, and pulling it away, to speak in a scratchy but friendly tone. "So this is the Green Loner I've been hearing about. Thought you'd be a bit scrawnier." He points at me with the pipe, but smiles and leans on his arm. "Obsidian here says you're good in the arena. Want to take that for a spin?" He points towards the stairs, clearly in new customer mode, and showing around the place. He then looked over to Obsidian. "I don't get many visitors. Bluey over there sucks at advertisement." He finally points his pipe towards Obsidian, who scowls at him in response. "I try my best," Obsidian protests, flaring his arms. Flare just laughs, taking another puff. "You can already see the machines in front. Let me know if any of them are fucked. Let me know if any of them are fucked." Flare tilts his head, thinking something before looking at me with his orangey red eyes in a testing manner. "You're not a great sectorist," he hissed, suddenly nailing me in place. No?" I tilt my head, confused to what he means. Watching me, he takes a puff and nods. "Sorry for asking suddenly. I try not to get in. I try not to get into the back end of this oversized city, but with how this place looks, it attracts certain bats, if you know what I mean." He stood up, crossing his right arm and raising his left smoke arm, letting the ear letting it ear raising his left smoke arm letting it eerily raise in coils above him. He continued though. "For context, Emerald One, a great sectorist is somebody who wants the 12 sectors to be reformed into one sector, one great sector. They tend to do protests. Might have heard of them?" He didn't wait for a response before jabbing the tip of his pipe into a basin and lifting a 15 by 7 centimeter by 9 centimeter box, turning it to face towards me and opening it to reveal it as a chest of tokens, as he proclaims, "Back to business. Would you like to play?" I turned to Obsidian and pinned my ears back, skeptical of what he brought me to, but I sigh and pull out the rest of my shards and ask him, "How much for 10?" Flair looked off, doing some mental math before answering. 5 shards. For 10. Sound good? First timers get a little bit off. He smiles, leaning on the desk. I stare at the tokens and sigh, handing him another one of my 5 shard tokens. He smiled and looked at the coin, setting it into a compartment within the desk. Pleasure to do business. As I said, the VR headsets are just downstairs. Holler if you need assistance. He hands me 10 tokens and rests his head on his paw, looking over to Crimson, then back. Looking over to Obsidian, then back. Obsidian, who is now beside me, bumps my shoulder. Def want to see you in the arena, he chirps excitedly, of which I begrudgingly tilt my head towards the stairs, dragging the rest of my body behind, as I say to Obsidian, "As long as you're going in with me, I will twist your tail off. I want to twist your tail off." Once down the rather creaky stairs, I see that the place is well lit up. About 6 stations, evenly spaced, with a headset hanging from the ceiling on a rack, each having a bowl-looking station to hold you in place, as you can run in the game without running in real life. It is a little dark and vacant, but it is clean and well kept. I take the headset off the rack and put a token on the slot machine, letting me have access as a guest to the list of games downloaded on the headset. Excuse me, sorry. Haphazardly tossing a coin to Obsidian as I put the headset on, stepping in at the bowl-shaped station and taking the controllers. I hear Flair step down the stairs to watch and help out Obsidian. He taps my shoulder gently and asks politely, "You need any assistance?" I shake my head. I hear him as he lets go of my shoulder and heads to my right. With the headset powering on, I wait for the interface to appear. 3D screens within a virtual world displaying a loading bar, then a simple left-right scrolling list of games. I look for a game called Virtual Fighters. I load it up, watching as the interface fades to black, soon putting me in a digital gladiator cell. One that's futuristic, small, and minimalistic. Another user interface appears, now more stylistic to the game itself. I click through the menus until I find Arena Mode. I pop into an online match and wait for Obsidian to appear in the roster along with various other strangers. After some time, a timer starts counting, down from 5. The interface showing various avatars moving about on a small pedestal with their username above their head. There is Sombat using a Vather model, those new. Haven't been on this game in a week, so maybe the developers added it. "It's time for me to kick your ass," Obsidian calls from the station. I simply sigh and respond, half listening to him, "I don't think so. I'll add it to the counter of the many times I beat you in games." Very quickly the screen fades to white, and I am dropped in a large maze-like structure. A reticle on the screen tells me I have a pistol with infinite ammo and 100 health and shield. I pull out my pistol from my side and take a breath, and start to run. Physically running in place within real space, but actually making distance within the game. "Valken, you are taking this too seriously," Obsidian cries within real space, but I continue on, charging through the corridors and halls of this futuristic maze. Hearing the false footsteps of someone else in the hall to my right, I stop suddenly, aim, and fire, shooting at the player as they scramble to cover, having taken 30 of their shield. I press on, dashing so they are in front of me again, and fire more, being aggressive with this player. They fire back, taking 40 of my shield, so I duck behind my own cover. Knowing that they are now at 60 health, as predicted, the player runs in front of me. Knowing that they are now at 60 health, as predicted, the player runs in front of me, letting me fire the last of the clip and finish them off with only 10 of my shield left. The player swings their arm in an act of defiance to losing, but their model shatters and disappears. Wow, that was a little short. Wow. uh, I take a short breath before running again, heading towards the middle of the map. The middle being a blocky digital pyramid, beside of which on the steps a digital glaive gun that I grab and continue past the pyramid. I hear digital gunfire to my left, so I change my direction accordingly, stopping just at a L junction, aiming with the glaive gun and shooting the bolt like a sniper rifle. I hear Obsidian yell as if he's gotten hit. Damn it, you got a gun already, he calls before attempting to shoot at the other player who had more health than him. He then flees into a hallway to save himself. I, ra- I run in and swing my glaive gun twice, quickly finishing off the random player before they could react. They turn to me confused and act shocked before doing a soft bow, before their model shatters and disappears. Reloading my glaive and continuing forward at a brisk walking pace, instead of sprinting, just to catch my breath while I reloading my glaive and continuing forward at a brisk walking pace instead of sprinting, just to catch my breath while I watch as more kills appear within the scoreboard. In the corner of my eye, it doesn't take long for me to find Obsidian. Again, now armed with a heavy machine gun, pretending to lug it around, running to act, r- pretending to lug it around. Ruining his act of realism, I aim and fire, knocking his shield down to 30. He looks around confused until he spots me. Then, something in my mouth, sorry. Uh, he looks around confused until he spots me, then aims his gun and revs it up to fire, shooting a wave of bullets at me. I start running to his left, taking 40 damage to my shield, which has recharged by just before this point. I make my character jump as I run towards him, knowing he will try to be cool and aim low. I slash my glaive gun at him, removing his shield. He starts to angle himself to shoot me again, but I strafe around him, taking 30 more damage to my shield before I'm able to stab the glaive into his model, finishing him off. I hear him cry out as I watch him clap digitally until his model shatters and disappears. Though I wasn't able to take a break as another player is already shooting at me with my shield out and dealing 20 damage to my health. I survive by fleeing to cover, slightly wounded. I reload my glaive and decide to just run, letting them lose me. Of which someone else finds me, the Vathrin model. They charge at me with a pair of digital katars, looking like huge energy blades attached to their arm. They swing at me, missing by a few inches. I retaliate by point blank shooting, removing their shield. They swing at me with their other arm. I step back, dodging before countering with my own strike, hitting them for 50. They swing with a left hook, jabbing the blade into my model, which deals 50 to me. I step back, dodging their second swing, only to put up my glaive and block the third strike they swing. The glaive makes us the game makes us back up a few half a meter to make it more immersive to the impact. We both stand there in a brief pause, waiting for the next move. They take the first step and swing their arm, slashing their blade at me. I take a step back and to dodge and jab my glaive. They duck and dodge to the right, making me miss. They then swing at me with an uppercut. I step to the left, dodging barely, and pull my glaive back to block the sweeping slash they made, pushing each other back again. I twirl the glaive to make a slash at them as I step towards them. They block it, but it wasn't fast enough to push us away, giving me an opening. Without fully swinging the glaive, I move it quickly and jab it into the bathroom, killing them. They jerk as if about to swing again, but they stop, realizing they have lost. They then nod and hold out their hand. I reach out mine, but before I could handshake them, the model shatters and disappears. I stand there, exhausted for a second, only to be forced to run as I am shot again, dangerously low on health. I get to cover and try to reload, but a sniper from across the map shoots me, killing me. As I get a small screen displaying who killed me, he moves in an excited way, waving his arms around before the entire screen fades to white and I'm dropped into a floating hologram box above the map. Obsidian cheers loudly. Straight to the core with you. Good job, Sniper. Acting as if he personally hired that player to hunt me. I take my breath, panting from the exercise. I watch the rest of the match play out standing by the digital screen. The Vathran walks over to me and holds out their hand again. I accept their hand, and we both try our best to do a handshake with our hands clipping into each other's model. The Vathran then points to their username, Viper Blood 26. I nod, understanding what they want. The player then starts to watch the game play out with me. Obsidian takes this too seriously, cheering and watching loudly. After a while, I take off the headset and get myself out of the station, noticing Flair standing there in a corner with a holovisor attached around his eyes. He taps his left temple, deactivating the visor, and he smiles, holding his pipe, and says, "You are one abyssal of a player, Onyx. Massive respect." He smiles while leaning against the stair railing. I wave my hand dismissively and smile awkwardly. "It's nothing really. I did lose." I chirp, bashful. Flair laughs. "Nah, even then you were a good player. It doesn't matter you didn't win." He affirms before taking a puff and breathing it out. "You can play again if you'd like. No one has it. No one has it reserved right now." I wave my hand again and shake my head, my ears down, as I start to feel the regret of playing the game boil up in my chest. My vision becoming slightly blurry and then sharp with low saturation. This is why I stopped playing. Ah! I grasp my chest and gasp. "I'm good. Motion sickness." I recoil a bit before nodding. He recoiled a bit before nodding. "You need a bucket?" he asked, shifting to a concerned voice. I shake my head, steadily walking towards the nearest wall. "Just a small break, thank you," I say as Obsidian finally gets off his headset. Ugh. Ah. Ah. After a few hours within the arcade, a few more bats join us in the arcade, playing various games alongside us. But this time I'm feeling way better. I'm feeling better after taking a 20-minute break. Though getting a bit tired of all the screens, I stretch and give the last 4 tokens to Obsidian, who tilts his head to me, confused. I'm done for today. I'm done for today. You have fun, I say and start towards the door. Don't be a stranger, he calls out, and swiftly moves himself to another game cabinet. Flare waved and uh, Flare waved. Flare waved, saying his quick thanks. Thanks for coming, Emerald One. I open the door and nod, waving back as I step out into the street. Once I'm a few meters away, I check on my little spider, still tucked into my chest, gently pulling it out and putting the plush creature into my satchel. I then start to walk towards my home, only to pause as I feel a sharp, random pain in my rib. Looking around, nothing was there. Nothing could have hurt me. Odd.
Very well written.
Oh, yeah. You want me to continue to the third one?
If you want, I mean, just give me a second. Want to just need to do one thing. I don't want to get set up and to just do one thing.
Okay.
Just give me a couple seconds. Nope, not that screen. 1 second.
Ah. Well, then I guess you guys are stuck with me. I can't physically read the chat right now, but I shall rectify that in a hot minute. Huzzah! It is I.
Back, let me
Sonic.
bring it
Ha ha
back.
ha. You gonna bring it back? Okay.
Let's give me. There we go. Checking to see how long until. No, it's okay. We're still good.
Okay. We're good? Okay. I shall quickly pull it up on my end.
Well, I was gonna say one thing. We might want some form of a footnotes for certain terms that are.
I'm thinking probably doing that in the future.
There's a couple of terms that are like, what does that mean exactly? It's a little hard to tell from. Like, the context clues don't completely fill it in all the time. But there's some things I'm like, okay, I mostly understand what that is. I understand enough to go from there. But there's a couple things I'm like, I want a little bit of clarity, but I don't need a whole explanation in the story itself, because it feels like it would deter from the natural flow. So like a footnote might be helpful there or something.
I know Vascaline isn't really explained until the fourth chapter, which is where he's actually like wandering around and just.
If you're trying to keep a term hidden, so you don't want somebody to actually know what it means, there's ways that because otherwise people feel like they're missing something, and they'll go back and be like, what am I missing? You don't want them to feel like they're missing something. You got to use it in a way. If it's from a first person, the reader should always know what the character knows, kind of. So if the character knows a term, the reader should know the term.
Yeah.
Otherwise, we feel a disconnect.
Yeah.
Just a little piece of advice.
Yeah. Sorry.
No,
it's kind of why. It's kind of why I have like those like little like introduction paragraphs, which is like, this is some random thing.
Yeah, that's helpful because it sets the scene. Yeah. All authors go through stuff like this. We're like trying to figure out how we want to do it, because every author has their own style, but you got to figure out that style, and then you also got to make sure the reader can understand that style.
Yeah. Okay.
You can read if you want to. Yep.
Chapter 3: The Day Ruined. This one's a bit of a darker side, just fair
Okay.
warning. Today is a special day. It is my birthday, Setvith 9th. It's going to get colder in a few months. We aren't sure why that happens. The entire world seems to go through these cycles every year. Setvith is also the time when my favorite meal is at its most numerous giant archnida. Today it is time for me to hunt for supper. After school. It is Minda, first day of the week. I open my eyes and turn off the shower, getting myself ready to leave the house, which does not take long as I'm out the bathroom door before my mother could yell at me. In a cheerful mood, I quickly walk behind her and hug her. She makes a surprised noise but chuckles. I see somebody is excited for today, she cooed, turning to face me once I let go. Don't run off when your school is done. I need you here for a bit, she said, knowing my plan already. My ears flick down in disapproval, but they flick back as I sigh dramatically. Okay, I'll be back once school is done. I cross my arms and pout a bit, before laughing at how ridiculous this is. My mother shakes her head, flicking her wrist at me. Go get to school, you drama queen. Don't forget your lunch like last year. I head towards the door, picking up my lunch along the way, while quickly stuffing it into my satchel as I take it off the hook. I pause, looking at my reflection in a window, dressed in another sweater, though this one is thinner and slightly tighter around the arms. The decorations are an angular pattern of green lines pointing towards the pockets moving up to my sides and making a straight line to my back, where there is a hollow stylized hexagon lines my spine. My earring now appearing like a small arachnida claw that has jabbed in a hole into my ear. I haven't taken it out, and I haven't taken it out. My pants are just a simple black with white with white splitting it halfway down my legs. Making a quick adjustment to my bioluminescence a little, I open the door and step out to join the crowd of bats heading to school. Spacing out during the short walk, I barely realize none of the usual bats are bugging my walk, except for the one who wasn't much of a bug, as it is Crimson, who I spot in the crowd, looking rather tired, yet her hair combed and wavy, dressed in a leather jacket, heavily punk rock inspired, but without the piercings. Her spider-like four eyes, distinct but aware of her surroundings enough to avoid the other bats crossing by her. I feel my throat tighten as I approach her, my senses warning me, but not in a way of feeling like she's a threat. It's like a heightened sense of nervousness that I haven't felt before. I pause, though I push through, making the last few steps toward her, about to raise my hand and call her. But two of her ruby eyes on her left side flick towards me, shifting to cautious slits as her two ears perk up. Her pupils open slightly in recognition as she turns to face me with a cheerful smile and voice, saying confidently, Onyx, the green one. I pause a bit taken aback from being called the green one from from her compared to the emerald one that Flare called me. But I brush it off. Hey, it's the red Vathrin. I decide to bite back, feeling oddly comfortable with her. The red Vathrin giggles and flicks her head to usher me to walk with her, while her head is still tilted towards me. Taking initiative, she asked, How have you been? You kind of disappeared on Satirda and Sinvara. What did you, what did you, where did you go for the weekend? Obsidian, the blue Christovath with the curved horn, took me out to a shoddy but relatively alright arcade at the other side of Sector 9. I respond, gesturing to my horn, then pointing towards the general direction of the arcade he took me to yesterday. Before she could say anything next, I quickly added, I'm doing well, thank you, my tone shifting to a higher pitch automatically in the end of the sentence, of which I jammed my hand into my mouth right after in embarrassment. Crimson tilts her head a bit confused on why her left ear pointed straight to her left and her right points straight up. She straightened her head, amused and smug. What, you embarrassed that you really appreciate me asking? I know us girl bats are regularly stronger than the males, but I won't bite ya, even if I am a blood drinker. She teasingly bit the air, brandishing her fangs, covered in green blood, but laughing quite loudly. No, I try to plead, but she already puts her paw on my snout, shushing me. It's all right, Onyx. I gleaned you were the local loner in this school. You're welcome. She said, looking forward with closed eyes, not wanting the conversation to get into the awkward silence portion. I begin to ask the same question. How about you? How was you? Before I could finish the sentence, as she turned her head towards me, her eyes flicked to something behind me, of which that something was a pink and white popular Christovath named Phosphorus, who slams herself into my side, knocking me down, screeching, Onyx! Crimson, quick on her reflexes, catches my arm, of which the pendulum force makes the popular Christovath faceplant into the stone road as I'm on my knees, mostly caught by Crimson. Do I feel nothing but pain, stinging as it lingers and is too hard to bear. My breathing hurts. Help. Phosphorus's ears flick about in searing anger as her tail flipped like a whip. Crimson, clueless on who the bat is, attempts to help me up. You okay? She asks, of which Phosphorus bolts up and faces her, already shouting, No, I'm not, Onyx, you. She paused, and she stared at Crimson, who in her rage thought was me, but now realized that it is not only me, but it was another female bat who is a Vathran and holding my arm. Phosphorus and Crimson stared at each other for a moment, as I eventually got not only my balance, but pain tolerance to get myself sitting on my knees, rubbing my side as it pulses like stinging needles inside me. Phosphorus immediately demanded answers. Who in the abyss are you? She hissed, pointing at Crimson. Crimson tilted her head and stood up straight, offended. I could say the same thing about you, Crimson said sternly, but Phosphorus continued, pointing to Crimson's arm, holding mine. Why are you touching my bat? She hissed again, her ears pinned back. Crimson looked at me, then at her. She replayed the whole scene in her head, then said, helping him up after you rushed into him like an Archnida charger. Archnida charger. Phosphorus, taking it to her head, stood up, her tail flicking even more as she stomped on the ground, posing in a star shape. Do you know who I am? She hissed and swung her arm down in an attempt to rip Crimson's hand off my arm. But by this point, Crimson wasn't having it. She caught Phosphorus's arm and raised it above her head, pulling it away from me, shocking the entitled Christovath. No, and I don't wish to know who you are, because I dislike how you act, Crimson finally hissed, her ears pinned back. Now, I'm trying to help my friend out. I don't need you knocking him over like he's just your glorified punching bag. I'd like for you to get going before I do more than just grab your arm. Crimson lets go of the pink and white bat, pushing her away a bit. Crimson turned to me, her ears flicking to worry, but she her ears flicking to worry, but she helped me up and helped me walk away with the now growing crowd of bats. Phosphorus, on the other paw, angrily screamed and stormed off. Crimson and I made it to the doors of the school before Crimson finally stopped to check my side, looking very worried. "Are you okay, Onyx? Feel hurt too much?" She asked about. She asked for the seventh time. She gently put her paw on my side and felt it, checking my ribs. I hissed as she pressed close to my arm and pressed closer to my arm. The pain barely bearable. Maybe, I don't know. It feels hard to breathe. I grit my teeth as she helps me up again, ushering me to the school clinic. "I can feel that you've broken a rib, all right. She must have gotten you with her two horns," she said in a well-learned tone. She helps me to the clinic bed before alerting the desk clerk, who immediately tapped on his visor to let my mother know, along with the doctor and nurse. Time seems to be a bit meaningless for me to keep track of, as the pain is too much. But my mother is here, quite worried over me, as the doctor lets her know on what'll happen. Crimson does the same. Soon after, I'm told to sit up, and of which I do so rather painfully. I am then wrapped in a chest cast around my chest, and I am then wrapped in a cast around my chest, somewhat limiting my breathing more and making it a bit hard to move. I should fix that. MIRE, not. But eventually told to go home and heal up the wound. Crimson is sent to her class as my mother helps me back home. I lay on my bed watching as the day that was my birthday slowly move away. My thoughts are empty by this point. The day is ruined, and what was supposed to be a nice day out of the city was ruined by entitlement. Without much of a plan to continue the day, I close my eyes and wait for maybe sleep. Ugh. Sorry. As much as I've been trying for the past 8 hours to get As much as I've been trying for the past 8 hours, I don't get it. But I hear a knock on the door. Then I listen as my mother answers it. Confused at first, but after after she talks with the visitor for a bit, she chirps surprised. The conversation shifts toward being about me, on how I'm doing and whatnot. Conversation shifts to today being my birthday, which quickly led to both of them leaving to get something. Sorry. The AC turns on, and a quiet hum. The AC turns on. A quiet hum buzzes within the crystal wire built into the walls. A light above me seems like a gate to the stars, taunting, saying that it should dance with the stars within the lyric gems. Boredom is starting to take over. That I'm imagining things now. Fun. I look over towards my Arcanita plushie, which is set on my desk facing the door. My ears fall down as a pulse of sadness waves over my body, numbing the pain somewhat. I look towards my knees, looking towards the door. I look towards the door between my knees, seeing that my mother left the light on in the hallway. My mouth is starting to feel dry as I feel a slight rumble. My my mouth is starting to feel dry as I feel a light rumble. My ears perk up, confused as I look up towards the ceiling. Earthquake? No. There would be sirens and stuff. We would have been warned yesterday. Didn't sound like one either. More like an explosion. Mistake in the mines? We don't know. The drills could explode if they fucked up bad enough. I feel another rumble, similar to the first. Another? One drill exploding is possible, but two? Before I could continue the thought, a third rumble courses through the cave, significantly stronger, but similar to the first two. My ears perk up. I start flicking about, confused and worried. Okay, three now. Something is up. Just as I thought of it, a fourth rumble is felt. Then a fifth quickly after. Something definitely is up. Damn it, I need to get up. I need to get up. This will hurt. I start to breathe heavily, preparing myself for the pain as I grip the bed. I then quickly sit up, hissing through the pain as it screams at me for moving. I painfully shift myself to my feet, so my feet hang off the bed, of which a sixth rumble is felt, then a seventh, an eighth, and eighth, right, then a seventh and eighth, right next to each other. There was a short pause before the ninth, and then the 10th, 11th, 12th, 13th. Soon the rumbles seem to merge together, getting faster and faster. The light starts to flicker as the rumbling gets stronger and louder. Okay, what in the depths is going on? I think to myself, struggling to stand up as fear starts numbing the pain. Managing to get up, I walk towards the door and open it. As the lights flicker and the floor and walls rattle. I step towards the kitchen, hearing the crystal tableware rattle along with everything else. The ground starts to feel hard to walk on as I hear panic and confusion outside. I pull up the living room curtain and watch the bats outside. Many are skittering like mice looking for a place to hide. Stalagmites from the roof start to fall and crash violently on the stone and on the houses and buildings. Then sirens start, just as confused and unprepared as every bat else. Yet it doesn't feel like a normal earthquake, more like a horrible accident with a lot of explosions. I lost count a while ago, but I close the curtain and look around, unsure what to do. Not much, not much. You can do underground except cave. Hope your cave or your house doesn't collapse on you. I move quickly to my room and sit beside my bed, curling myself up as much as I can without hurting myself too much. Though the adrenaline is already running everything currently. As I think of the worst, I notice it's starting to calm down, soon stopping. Much quicker than how it started. But just as mysterious. The sirens play for a few minutes before shutting off. I slowly start to peer out of my hiding place, confused and shaken up. As I struggle to walk out of my room and check on the house, I slowly peek from the corner, I should get rid of that period, the corner of the wall looking into the living room. Crash! I jump and almost collide into the other wall as one of the crystal plates falls and smashes on the floor. I take a moment to take a breath, my heart pounding in my chest, hurting a little. I peek into the kitchen and see the shattered plate on the ground. I guess I'll clean it up. Begrudgingly, I walk over, stepping around it and opening the cabinet. I pull out some Vardreed flour and pour some into a bowl from the counter. I hold the bowl under a faucet and fill the bowl with water, mixing it with the flour to make a dough. I add more flour to make it not sticky, then I take the raw dough and bend down, picking up the shards of glass of the dough, moving the larger pieces into a pile as I collect the tiny shards. I then toss the shards out along with the shard-filled dough ball. Standing up, I look at the rest of the dough still in the bowl. Deciding not to waste good food, I take out a frying pan and put it on the stove. Opening the cabinet again, and I grab salt and start sprinkling some into the dough. I then open the fridge and pull out a container of blended Arcanida flat, gingerly putting some of some onto the frying pan while turning the stove on. I watch as the fat eventually melts and becomes an oil. Carefully, with a spoon from a dry rack, I pour from a drying rack. I pour a little of the dough into the oil. I recoil from the oil, hissing and bubbling as as its reaction. I hiss at the oil out of spite while I open a drawer and pull out a spatula. I wait I wait for 10 minutes before I flip over the dough patty and wait for the other side to cook, which took another 10 minutes. After which I pulled out the patty and put it onto a plate. And then I pour more dough into the oil, making more than just one to be efficient. After an hour of cooking, I've cooked as much as I could, having ran out of dough. I place the last patty onto the pile and turn the stove off. I put the spatula into the sink and take the leftover oil off the heat. Looking back into the fridge, I look for what I could use as a topping for the patties I made. I grab some Fravo fruit and debate it for a second before taking it along with a bottle of Vespera honey. Taking a knife from the knife block, I start cutting the small semi-see-through fruit, cutting just a few inches into the flesh, avoiding the giant soft seed within it. I cut around the seed, cutting it into two halves, peeling the flesh off the seed like a type of citrus fruit. With the fruit now cut, I discard the seed and start slicing the fruit into strips and then dump the pile into the already made food. With a bottle of honey, I drizzle it over everything. Everything. The honey, a nice golden touch to the contrasting green of Frava fruit. A nice snack was made. Not overly sour, but flavors well mixed. The Frava fruit is dyed down by the honey, and the biscuits absorb the honey, making them sweet, but they are still chewy. I now want happily, proud of myself for what I made. Of which the door opens and my mother walks in, and I'm standing in the kitchen, mouthful of Frava fruit glazed biscuit. I pause. We pause and look at each other for a moment. A pair of familiar ruby eyes pokes out from her shoulder as Crimson peeks over curiously. My ears flick up in surprise to see her, but my mother crosses her arms, holding a bag and sternly asking, You may be the birthday boy, but what do you think you're doing with your broken rib?" My ears fall down shyly as I respond. "I was cleaning a broken plate that fell from the quake," I point out while trying to sneak another bite of the snack. Crimson made a snort noise as she moved beside my mother, her spider eyes amused. My mother sighed and walked over to me and points to the plate I made, saying, "At least offer some to the guest." I look over to Crimson, who perks her ears up as she wasn't expecting it. She waved her arms up and chirped quickly, "Wait, I didn't even ask. He can have it if he wants." She paused for a moment, then turned to her side shamefully before admitting, "Though it smells good, and I wouldn't mind one." I close my eyes and exhale, walking over to her, offering the plate. She perks up and grabs one gleefully, ushering a quick thank you before devouring it in a few quick chomps, though not in an overly starved way. I walk over to my mother and try to offer it to her, but she looks at me quickly and shakes her head. No, but thank you for offering. Though you should go and rest. I got to worry about what just happened. She started putting the dry dishes away. I walk towards Crimson again and offer her some more since my mother isn't happening. She paused, hesitant, but grabbed another and munched on it as I stood beside her. Curious, I asked her, "What brings you here? How did you find out where I live?" It's alright. She eyes me with her right two eyes before tilting her head side to side and holding her head. Wanted to check on you. You broke a rib. That isn't something you can just walk off like a Vespera sting. Obsidian showed me the way. He's actually planning on coming over in a few minutes. It's your birthday. She smiled, then looked at the plate with one biscuit left. She pointed at it and remarks, "Maybe save that for him?" I paused looking at it before grabbing it, splitting it splitting it and eating half, waving my hand dismissively. He's likely going to bring his own snacks. Nah. I offer the other half to her. She stares at it, then at me, then at it. She tilts her head and cautiously takes it while eyeing me. Oblivious, I walk over to the kitchen sink and put the plate into it, my tail flicking side to side in a cheerful way. My mother quickly shooed me out of the kitchen, so I decided to stand by Crimson, again holding my chest from the pain, which has now caught up with me. Curious again, I asked her about what happened while she was out. So what? So what was it like outside during the quake? I saw a bit, but I was too concerned for my safety. She inhaled with a cringing expression as she answered in a worried tone. The stalagmites were the most dangerous thing out there. That and the bats running around like scared bugs. But it was strange overall. It started suddenly, without a warning. I nodded in agreement, holding the front of my jaw. I then flicked my hand questioningly. You think it was a freak failed experiment? I asked, tilting my head somewhat. She paused, dwelling on it, before shaking her head and saying, "No, I don't believe so. It seemed different, like I don't know." She shrugged finally. My mother broke into My mother broke in, stating in a frankly tone, "Could be Vathrans collapsing one of their tunnels again. Here they have been doing that lately." I stare at my mother bewildered. "You do know Crimson is a Vathran, right?" I think to myself, but Crimson tilts her head side to side, unsure about it, adding to it, saying, "My father says it is common for some of the less developed tribes out in the west, where our cities are. Though that wouldn't have transferred all the way here, no?" She tilts her head, holding her a fist on her jaw. My mother paused and nodded in agreement, though she seemed to not want to agree with her, especially with how frequent it was. Yeah, I would agree. My mother said finally. The house fell quiet as we pondered the mystery of the earthquake, but it was broken. But the silence was broken as Obsidian knocked on the door. I opened it for him and welcomed him in. It was okay. It was an okay birthday after all. After all.
Well written. I noticed the writing. You hate commas for some reason. I notice it. You hate commas. I don't know why, but that's why I catch a lot of, and I think that's what I notice when you run out of breath. That's where I'm noticing it. Is either when there's a lot of text all at once, like a big paragraph. That's when you're running out of breath.
Mhm.
So it helps to add the commas because it adds breaking points, especially if you're reading it. It helps you get to that section, you read that section, takes a second, then to the next section. Otherwise, it starts reading like one long description that does not seem to end ever again, and it just keeps going.
Well, the thing is that I actually kind of struggle on reading the comma itself. Is that I don't take that initial "let's take a breath" and think, no, I don't.
Also, again, with like the terms we don't quite understand yet, there has to be a way to introduce some of the common terms. Like, I can see where they relate, like to what we would say, like the days of the week or stuff like that. But it does get slightly confusing. You tend to forget commas at the end of dialogue, because either it's a comma, a period, or like some sort of a like exclamation mark. Because it's just what you do with any sort of dialogue. You have to end that, because it creates the break. There's the breaks where there's different dialogue, people speaking, the paragraph break. There was one part. It was numbers. That's what it was. There was you had was it this, or was it the last one? I think it was the. Yeah, there was the last one. I didn't tell you, but it was the numbers part when you're describing how much money they had.
Okay.
There's I can't remember exactly. I think you're supposed to put like a hyphen between values and the value it's describing. So like if it's like a $5 bill, I think you might put a hyphen between that if you have like 3 $5 bills. That's why it separates the number of and the value of, because otherwise it could read as like.
Well, I was honestly thinking that there should have been something. I just didn't know.
Either like a comma, I can't remember exactly. Let's see. There's one thing that feels like kind of like a plot piece missing. A comparison of strength between in the natural species. I need to know how strong they are normally, so I can get how strong Phosphorus was when she knocked over on the main character. I need to know how much force was actually exerted, and if it was if that character is stronger, if that was more of an act of anger. That way we can tell that strength, because then also lets us know a realness to when they break a rib, because otherwise it's like, so they can just knock each other over, or it creates a little bit of a potential misunderstanding.
The way I like imagine in my head is like this character was like full on sprint head first, and the horn, which is the hardest part of their bodies, jammed right into the rib. So all that force on one point made it a lot.
Okay. I'm just trying to reread where exactly that was. Okay. Yeah, because I would want something that gives us that target point of when it starts, because it gives us this either okay, this is not normal strength, or there's something, because otherwise it reads as these characters are just naturally strong and but their bones aren't as strong. It just gives comparison of strength.
Yeah, okay. I got
that. And it doesn't even have to be in this part of the story. You could do it earlier on. It just has to be before there's a display of strength. Like
I did want it to be like a sudden thing, like it was like completely out of the blue, just unprepared, not even.
Like you can still have that, but if we get something earlier on that shows the display of strength, like of natural strength, it will show us. It gives us just this oh, so this is unusual, or oh, that's a lot of force or something, versus oh, this is just normal, or something. It's just little things I'm noting. Is there anything else I really notice? Oh, if this is written from first person, is the door to the character's house see-through or not? Because how do you know it's them knocking on the door?
There is a window, and you can hear knocks.
Okay, I just wanted.
they're mostly just like hearing the door open or hearing the door knock, and so they're not really
Because you remember,
seeing it.
we only know what the main character knows. In the first person, we only get to know what the main character knows. We don't get any extra
I
information.
did make a like there is a reflection in the window.
Okay, there just needs to be that one piece. Otherwise, people start to get it becomes disconnect between the character and the reader, because you want sometimes the reader to feel like they are the character, unless you're not trying to do that. But if you are, you want them to feel like they're seeing the world through the character's eyes. But if you add pieces of information that the character doesn't understand, then the reader's like, okay, wait, how did we learn that? And it causes them to break where they're reading and then go back and try to figure out, okay, where did we learn that? And if you want to keep the flow going, you don't want them having to look back and try to figure out what that was.
Well, and with the scene with Crimson and Onyx's mother, when they are like, they're supposed to be like the door is already wide open and Onyx is just like standing there staring at them.
Okay, I want to see that though. But here's what I'm gonna tell you: show, don't tell. It's a very important thing. There are times you can like literally describe what something is. You are doing a very good job with it, but there are some moments I'm like, it feels a little telly. Like when he's describing what he's wearing, it feels a little like you're just telling us, and it feels like there could be a little bit more of an elaborate way of describing it in flow with it. So otherwise it feels like, here's everything he's wearing as a list. And it's like, versus if he was like putting something on or looking in the mirror, something that like in a more seamless manner. So otherwise it creates a pause, like more of an unintentional pause.
Mhm.
Never tell me if
I'm
I'm being too harsh though, because I can.
Oh no! It's like I may not know how to actually use this information. I'm an idiot, but uh, it does help. It does help for especially future chapters and stuff like that.
I get out here like we start over. No, I'm not going to make them read the whole thing again. No, it's in my Discord. They post. There's what you sent me. It's in the story stuff.
Mhm.
But I think it's really the story I like.
Mhm.
I can tell points from like I want to see where that goes, and I'm like, and it's like that's what you want. You want the reader to have things they want to know the end result of like what I'm like,
Mhm.
okay, why did it all go into earthquake? Well, I want it like if you can hold
Oh,
that.
that's not going to be discovered until way later.
So then if you're not going to give us what it is until later, you got to drop like little bits of information from other characters. So like maybe someone else that noticed some like give us a character describing their perspective, what had happened later on, so that it gives like a fill between that space. Because otherwise, it's going to be like this event. It doesn't get discussed for like 3 chapters, and then it comes back. I know I do that sometimes.
Yeah, that's what I actually did.
You want to keep just a
Because
little bit, just a little bit.
because another event doesn't happen until conflict, chapter 5,
Mm.
and I haven't even like fully written that one yet, but another earthquake event, quote unquote
So then
earthquake event.
Link, give us a little tiny pieces of Link. We're just little tiny pieces of information that we won't know what to do with, but it will make us interested. So like maybe like we find something broken somewhere else that just reminds the character. Because it doesn't even have to be that like we get new information. It just needs to bring that information back up in our minds. And that's
Okay.
because that can also happen like because somebody could forget what a character looks like. So you would call back to what the character looks like with little tiny pieces of information, like their color of their fur, just noting something about that one color. And that's it. There's nothing more there, and keep it in
Well,
the flow.
I did kind of like classify these characters as like this is this character's color. You recognize that?
Right. And I can always go through and be like, okay, here's a better way of flowing this, or like break this
Yeah.
this section up, because there are a couple sections that are like it's a bit big and it feels like there's just a lot of information where it needs to be broken up. Now some of that might be fixed where you break up stuff based on dialogue. It might break up some paragraphs into like 3 or 4 parts where it's like we can breathe, we can like take in information. Really good setting. I really like the environment you create. I was at first really confused with the dough. I'm like, what is he doing with that? Like, then it took me a second to realize like that's actually kind of smarter than picking up like something potentially sharp, like using something else to kind of like
Yeah.
That's actually really smart.
I was actually inspired by using potatoes in order to do that. I was like, why can't you just like use dough?
It was a good way to bridge. That was a very good way to bridge. It was I was a bit confused at first, but then once I realized, I'm like, that's actually really smart. So that was something more on my end versus like a lack of detail. It's like, no, actually, really good. What was, I had something else, but, There's a couple of times where I feel like there could be a little bit more time between events, like just when they get home or something, or stuff like that, like an hour or something. Like give us like really break give us an extra line between that, like just a blank line. Just give us one formatting line, because then it gives us just a little bit of a shift in time. It just help. It's just more like that's more visual. Where I'm like, okay, there's a shift in time. Some capitalization stuff that can be.
I suck at grammar. I'm sorry.
Hey, if grammar and like just the minor things are like the worst part of it, it's like the easiest thing to fix. It's like so easy to fix, because it's like you just add some periods, capitalize a couple words, break up some. It just makes it so much better, and it's just so much easier than going. I don't know how to write at all, and I just put a couple words on a page and call it a story, or I don't know how to spell it all, because like that's like how are you gonna write anyways?
But I do suck at spelling and grammar.
It's not, the spelling is not noticeable. It like there's a couple like typos, but that also can be autocorrect that just fucks with you, and it's like, here you typed carrot, or you typed correct. Here's carrot. My saying of auto carrot. But it reads really well. There's not really any like other than just the tiny little like places where it feels like it stops for a second. There doesn't seem to be that much like horror flow anywhere. You actually really have something really well.
Okay.
I always find the trickiest thing with stories is actually writing the story part, figuring out what is it going to be about. Like I'm having a sticky moment with my story. I'm like, what am I going to do to fill in the space between the final chapter and where I'm at now? What do I do? That's the hard part, figuring out the boring stuff.
Well, this is actually a bit of like a complete rewrite from what it used to be, and so I already have a bit of a general idea on what's happening. But it's not only just a rewrite, but it's also a slight change here and there.
I am falling in love with the characters in a normal way. Of like, I like these characters are good characters. Like I want to see what they do. Not in a way of like, oh, they're so cute and like, oh no. I mean like, you know what I mean? Like when you're like character, I want to be like them or stuff like that. That's what I mean.
But it is going to delve a bit deeper into like the more like what's actually going on and a bit more mystery style, and it's gonna end up going into a big war eventually.
Okay.
So, but right now this is the calm before the storm.
That's good. You're setting up the world. You're giving us all the information, and as an author, it's like we get to set it all up. It's so much fun. Here's the world I built. and now I'm going to tear everything away from you. It's like, and then you got to embrace just that darkness of the author. It's like, I'm going to write the most like dark thing ever. You're going to cry for this character. And you make them feel for them, and that's when if you manage to get a reader to cry for a character, you have succeeded as an author. It's like nice. Well, the last thing,
Yeah.
tenses. It throws me a little bit. The tenses. You switch between present tense and past tense a lot. Um, just like establish when the story is happening to the character. Is this the character remembering, or is this the character experiencing?
This is supposed to be the character experiencing everything.
Like my story is told in a past tense with future tense references, so it's or present tense references. So it's like it's the characters recalling with the characters having some notes, and I use the present tense to distinct from that. So if the character's talking in a present tense, we know it's me now, like describing, adding some information that wasn't available back then. It just adds more depth to it. So if you're writing in present tense, then you don't have to worry about trying to do weird grammar stuff like I was doing.
It's supposed to be like happening like right now. This is what's all happening. because it's like the main character is going to do stuff and actually discover things that weren't actually discovered before. That's why I'm being so vague about the earthquakes.
Yeah, that's good though because it makes you want to know why is this happening? Eventually, it gets the person to keep reading. Because if you just tell them every answer, they're gonna be like, okay, so I don't even need to read the end to know this. That's kind of the tricky thing with writing from a present tense to past tense, like where I'm at, because you know the character's okay in the end because they're telling it, but you gotta keep them engaged in this. Well, you don't know how okay they are now. You can't get too much future details, and
Yeah, I did send you the fourth chapter, which is the last complete chapter, quote unquote. Uh, but this one is the more nature and let's just look at shit.
that's nice. Especially with a big something happening that just happened, it gives readers a
Yeah.
chance to take a break and just enjoy the world for a second before then you destroy it again upon them. You know, like you gotta. If you are you wanting to keep reading or not?
If you'd like to.
I'm actually really enjoying it. And I like how
Okay.
you read the characters. It's really like well done.
I'm just trying my best. I don't know what I'm doing.
You're doing it well. You're doing a good job of it. There, I'm ready whenever you are.
All right. Chapter 4: Crystal Lights and Bioluminescence. The pain has died down enough that it doesn't hurt to breathe or walk anymore, though bending and exerting myself brings it back. I take a deep breath, trying to get something of a smell, yet for as long as I could remember, I can't smell. Well, maybe not completely, as heavy perfumes and scents physically suffocate me. That and I can catch some traces if I'm lucky. Otherwise, it doesn't bother me all that much. There was a product a few years ago that sold flavored water, but it wasn't flavored water. It's a thing you put onto a bottle and make it smell like whatever flavor you want. Never tried one, but I have a good feeling that it wouldn't work, since I can't smell. Anosmia, I believe it's called. I look I look up from where I'm sitting, which is a giant mushroom tree outside of the city. This would be the first time I'm out of the city on my own. I'm frankly excited. I've walked these tunnels enough to know where I'm going, but today I'm going to explore. Maybe I should maybe I should not be out here if I have a broken rib. I gently hop down from the tree and start walking forward, humming a soft tune. You'll be fine. My tail flicks as I admire the scenery of trees and flowers growing from the moss and rocks. I stop at a cliff and look down towards the deeper tunnel, making this a T-junction. Waterfall, uh, water, waterfall flows. A waterfall flows from a small hole in the wall, flowing to the right down to the darkness. Lining the edges of the river, a small bloom of moss and flowers follows the river down, of which some flipper silkworms are munching away at the moss. I turn to my right, where an artificial tunnel leads off to another cavern. This is not as lit up. This is not as lit up from the lunaric gems as the other cavern, giving the plants a dark place to show off their bioluminescence. Raven flowers, taking up the majority, branch surrounding a large wooden branch coming out of the wall, creeping down around the cracks of the walls like a small garden. Gritting my teeth, I lean down and pluck one of the vibrant red flowers, lifting it up like a precious gem. I hold it up to my eyes, admiring the glow as it wraps around my black fur. I shut off my bioluminescence and watch as the raven's glow overwrites my natural green, making me feel like I've gone colorblind. Yet I smile, cut cut the stem off from the flower with my claw, gently placing the flower into a small plastic bag, wanting to preserve it later. Pressing on deeper into the tunnels, I hear a soft meow. My ears perk up as I look in its direction. Vascaline, where are you, Vicket? I slowly approach toward where I heard it, of which four eyes glare at me as the feline presses its paw to pauses its paws halfway to stepping on a branch. Its four ears up and alert, its eyes purple, while its fur is white with black spots. I slowly kneel down, fighting through the pain as I hold out my hand towards it. Its ears twitch as it watches. It takes a cautious step but keeps its distance. I click my tongue in a soft call, then I blink slowly, trying to show that I'm friendly. The Vasked slowly blinks in response, as its tail slowed down, easing up. I then turn away from it and wait a few seconds before turning back. The Vasket stays put for a little while before cautiously walking up to me. It pauses just at my hand, then reaches its long body toward my hand and gently sniffs my finger. It's only a Vikix. Probably need to work better on the name. uh, I wait for it to investigate me before I gently pet the creature's head. It was cautious at first, but eventually leaned in, mashing its head into my hand and purring quite quietly. Indulging a bit, I brush its cheek with my thumb and gently pick it up, holding it under my arm like a baby. It murped gently and looked around confused and worried, but it calmed down as I pet it more. I carried the Vask with me as I started walking again, letting it watch where I'm going, of which I enter a more plant-filled cavern. Lots of ferns, flowers, mushrooms, roots, and, as always, moss. This allowed plenty of bugs and arachnids, arachnids to roam around and live free and live. Free snacks. I snatch a small dragonfly from the air and offer it to the Vask I'm carrying. The critter sniffs it and then starts to munch on it cautiously, of which I pet it while it eats. Vascaline Vascaline feel like they're a hybrid of a Vathern and a Krishavath. They have two sets of ears and eyes, yet they are felines. This one looks like a frost short-haired, based on the bat-like facial features and this body pattern. A very pretty creature. My adventure continues as I wander the forest, listening to the wind and rustle of the ferns and leaves that and the rapid flutter of a giant dragonfly's wings, which my ears perk up and face towards it. Predatory instincts pulsing through me as my eyes hyperfocus in its direction. I look down towards the Vascaline, debating on hunting the Dragonfly, but not wanting to put the Vask down. My ears flick about before I finally decide on not hunting the Dragonfly and keeping my newfound friend. Checking my wristwatch, I never looked at nor acknowledged until now, I I can tell the time based off of the lunar. Checking my wristwatch, I never looked at or acknowledged until now. I can tell the time based off the lunar gems, but having direct numbers help. It's weird, but okay. 6 p.m. 6 p.m. Should head home now. Decision made. I carry the Vask with me as I walk back through the tunnels, still enjoying the walk even though I'm leaving. Out of the ci- out of the city, it always out of the city is always something. Out of the city is always something
Well, the
great
city
to
there
see.
is? Would you that we looking for or something?
What?
Would it be out of the city there is always something or
Yeah, out of the city there is always something great to see. Nature is always something to be protected and admired. I could reform this sentence. Maybe I should bring Crimson for a walk out? Would be nice. Instinctively, I make a soft clicking noise similar to a Vascaline's purr towards the thought, of which it startles me, as I never knew I could make such a noise. Which then proceeded for me trying to make the sound again for a few minutes without any luck. I know Krishavath can make various trills and chirps. We are bats after all, but an actual purr. Can Vathrans purr too? That's a stupid question. They are bats just as we are. But they probably can. The Vascline murps and paws up to my chest before climbing onto my shoulder. Broken out of the thought, I help the Vask up, of course giving it more pets so it feels safe. Ugh, sorry. The Vask settles down, wrapped around the back of my neck as I carefully walk, soon making it to the gates of the city where a guard where a guard stands to watch, holding a tri-blast rifle. The same guard I talked to 3 hours ago. He regards me with his visor springing to life, a reticle on me that shortly displays a block of data showing my identity, unreadable from this distance, plus mirrored backwards, so it wouldn't be worth it. He points his rifle down and angles himself toward me, noticing the new companion on my shoulder. Seems like you got a new friend during your walk, he says, tapping the cheek of his helmet so he speaks through a built-in speaker. I nod and pet the Vascaline before saying, "Yeah, you saying you can't resist the cute? You saying you can't resist the cute Vask? Ha, now, now many felines underground. You, yeah, you saying you can't resist the cute Vask? Now many felines under. Not many fel. It's supposed to be not many. Not many felines underground, so why not?" He snorts and nods in agreement. "You are right there. They are cute, so I get ya. Hope you two get along well." He holds out his hand, gesturing to my wrist. "Watch?" I nod and take off the device, handing it to him. He nods and thanks me quickly, reassuring me. "Just for your safety. The tunnels are expansive. We don't want any missing bats, Kristavath or Vathrin." Thank you for your cooperation. Welcome back to the 12 sectors. He pats his chest in a small salute before standing aside and letting me pass. His eyes trail back towards the main tunnel, standing back on duty. I trek forward, feeling quite invigorated for the nature walk. But now that it is getting late. No, I have time to try. No, I have time to try something. Instead of heading straight home, I take a left towards what would be considered downtown of Sector 9. Lots of lights, lots of bats, and plenty of business. The more fancier side of this sector. My tail flicks cautiously as the Vasculine looks around in bewilderment, staying close to my head. It's like stepping into a techno concert. Neon signs line a lot of the buildings it get as it gets dark. The lights, the lights of the many bats illuminate the street in an eerie haze of color. There is a small fog that makes the downtown more expansive than it really is. All in a mimicry of the higher sectors, which their lights shine over the city in their sectors. My chest starts to pound as I stop at an alleyway that had some nethite dealers, but more importantly, a way to climb up on top of a building. My mind rushes through various things before I step towards the back end fire escape and ignoring the smokers as they watch me grab a hold of the railing. I take a deep breath and hoist myself up clumsily at first, the more but the more clumsily at first, but the more I go, I get used to it as it takes as I take another step up, hurting myself due to the broken rib. But I press on, step by step. I climb vertically up the railing of the fire escape, fighting through the pain. I reach I reach the top. Hopping over the small railing, I am now on the roof. My heart pounds at this prospect. Excitement, pride, and pain. Each take their turn running Each take their turn through me as I look out towards the larger city. Sector 1. The brightest. The brightest. Large holographic displays advertise the museums and expensive restaurants, with a pink haze below of city lights. Sector 2 has some hollow displays, but not as many, advertising their entertainment from coliseums for sports to movie theaters, gambling centers, and high-end arcades. Sector 3 has the least hollow displays advertising various clothing and tech gadgets. The, the hollow displays themselves. Sector 4 is the first higher sector without hollow displays, but it shines brightly just as the other three do. Though, from what I remember, Sector 4 specifically is a very scientific center, plenty of labs and testing grounds for tech and science in general. Sector 5 dims a little, but it is the westmost sector, the Vathran sector, as a lot of Vathrans live in Sector 5. It's the first sector they see, so they linger there. Sector 6, the middle class, and oddly a high concentration of military stuff. Plenty of recruitment over there, with all the camps, barracks, and surplus, etc. Sector 7, a rather basic housing sector, some schools, some in some places, but mostly a sector to live in. Plenty of bats, plenty of houses. Plenty of bats, plenty of houses. Sector 8, a large agriculture sector. Farming is a major priority in that sector. They feed all of the 12 sectors. A very important one if we were to live with our massive city. Sector 9, my sector, one I've lived in for as long as I could remember. The educational sector. We have the best schools compared to any other sector. It's more lower class, but is it is home to a lot of students all over the city. Sector 10, an industrial sector. They make everything for us. They build all the military vehicles, a lot of the common tech, all the general goods. Blueprints are made elsewhere and sent to them to be produced at a massive scale. Sector 11, Mining and raw resource refinement. Big smelters, mines, and various other buildings built to refine raw resources for Sector 10. Its use to use later the most for, for Sector 10 to use later the most greedy company was. Sector 12. Health and experimentation, the poorest sector out of all 12. Yet they're the ones who advance our technology and keep us alive. Without them, we wouldn't be here in this massive cavern. Finally, the last sector, not really a sector, but it is a massive castle-like structure reaching up towards the lunaric gems, in defiance to gravity, where the Prismarch lives. A powerful matriarch who runs the entire city with a council of technocrat elites. 12 members of each council with 3 sub-members, 49 members. Members make up the entire governing body, the Prismarch at the top. I can imagine the laws take a little while to take place. Her castle is the center point of the entire city, which expands in a shape of a hexagon, split up evenly by walls of wood. For each sector, each of the 12 sectors, which expands in a shape of a hexagon, split up evenly by walls of each of the 12 sectors. A tram line encircles the city, allowing easy access to each sector with only a few minutes to wait. The giant Kristavath city, technically unnamed, but we just call it the 12 sectors. The city of the crystal bats, open to all who don't cause trouble, is actually quite pretty now that the night has started to take roots fully. It's like a large display of stars, yet these stars are in reach and they can be touched. Occasionally, large stone pillars break up some of the building's natural flow, but occasionally large stone pillars break up some of the building's natural flow, but not a good idea to destroy them, as they hold up the cavern. Without it, the cavern would have collapsed years ago. I should get home.
I like it. I would,
Yeah.
the breaking up. There's a little bit of a formatting thing to learn. So when you're using numbers to like as a group, like the 12 members, I would more lean to using the word 12 over the number 12. It just reads a little bit smoother, and like 49 more as the word 49 versus the number. It just reads more professional. Like when you're describing the sectors and there are numbers, that is a good place to use it because that is the number that represents them rather than describing the number of something. There's a couple ways that you could switch around how something's described, like the order of where it was. Like the last bit, it feels like it's a little drawn out with the like occasionally large stone pillars. It feels like it's drawn out across the 3 sentences a little long, where it could be reorganized to the stone pillars that hold up the cavern ceiling, or something that's like however they're across the city. Basically, you're describing that they hold up the city first, and you don't even need to say that they don't need to be destroyed or something because it's already now established they're important. Then you can establish.
They're not really holding up the city. They're holding up the entire massive cave.
You know what? Yeah, that's what I meant. That's right. That's what I meant. That's what I meant. Like they're holding up the roof of the cavern.
Yeah, this is like a giant cave, and it's a huge city. It's about the size of Egypt.
I do want. I'm trying to get in my head. How is the sectors aligned? Is it more random, or is it like a circle with them like on almost like on a clock? Kind of, or is it?
Imagine a hexagon.
Okay.
And it's split up in the middle. There's a small little hexagon or whatever, a small little shape. That's where the castle is.
Okay.
It's a small area, and evenly out like a clock. So like a clock, evenly is split up into little like pizza slices.
Okay, that's what I was trying to figure out.
That's each of the sectors.
How is a hexagon? That would be 6 sides. So is it almost 2 a side-ish? Or how can I figure out?
I don't know.
Something like I'm trying to. I was trying to get that in my head. The description of the sectors is good. It can be broken up into like a description of each sector as their own paragraph. It reads then less massive wall of text that could be overwhelming.
Yeah, I felt like I should probably like as I was reading it, I was like, I could probably just
Add a
like
little bit
put
of
it to
the
the side.
add a little bit of the character's actions in that, because then it feels less like the author's going, "Okay, are you prepared for massive description?" Because if you have the character look to a direction, then it breaks it up just a little bit. Like if they look to one of the sectors, and it could just literally be as they look to that sector and they're describing it that way, it just makes it seem less author coming in and going, I tell you about all these things so you understand it.
Sit down and learn.
Yeah. I don't know if you want the 12 sectors to be the 12 as in like describing that there are. I'm trying to figure out how to word this because you could go either way with wording it as the word 12 or the number 12. You can go either way. I feel like the 12 sectors using like the word 12 might look more appealing, like might look more. I don't know the word, but it might just look better. I'm not sure. There was a little bit of trying to figure out how did the character get from their house to this new location. I was kind of got lost there, and the time frame from what happened in chapter 3 to now. Like when what's the time skip there? So did you literally just disappear for the entire story? What happened?
It's
You're like, "I'm back."
like it's just normal living until something interesting happened. But
Okay.
it wasn't like it's not like years. No, it's like about like
Yeah.
about a week.
Okay, so that because otherwise it feels like is this hours later or you just
It's
gotta
about
add.
like roughly a week or so. I believe I did mention a week. Did I or did I not?
I would establish it very early on if there's a time jump, very very early on, because if you establish it too late, it starts to be like the reader has to like. Okay, so this is a week. You want to start if there's any change in scenery or time, you need to establish it fast and like quickly. Changes in like how the scenery looks like if it's like you're going to a new area, but there's a flow to the new area, it doesn't need to be as dramatic. But if there's a very defined like we are at this location and now we're over here, you need to give us what the new location is and either how did we get there or when did we get here. So, just little pieces of advice.
Yay.
And again, the same things of remember commas, little capitalization stuff. And of course, I think that's probably going to keep coming up for a while. You know, it's just what happens. And now I do have to run ads, otherwise it's going to cut off whatever I read next. Wow, we've been telling stories for 5 hours. That's a lot. It reads well. I actually really do enjoy the story and what the scenery and the world you're creating. I think what could help with some of it is one. Do you do have a ref sheet of your own character, right? Just wanting to establish that.
No.
You don't? Okay, I would have that and always make sure you're just aligning to that because, like, I know you know your character very well, but the reader doesn't. The reader doesn't know what you know, so you got to just bring it back there. And then I would just draw up a map of the city because it seems to be very specific. If it seems there's because like with my story, it's a big world. It's a big world, so I can blur the lines of where things are. Yours seems to be pretty rigid and defined. So I would just drop just a rough image of.
Well, the way I I'm thinking of doing it is where the city itself is quite rigid and defined, as you described it,
Yeah.
but the outer city and what's in the tunnels and stuff like that, that's a bit more vague and
Yeah,
a
that's
bit
perfectly
unsure.
fine. I would just say if you have a city that has like 12 distinct 12 distinct sections, make sure you know where they are because that also affects time. You know, how long does it take the character to get from one place to the next? It affects relations between between locations. It can it just gives us more and it gives you more to work with. That way you also don't end up going through like a whole thing and be like, oh, right. Those locations are completely separate. It'd be like, great, I just wrote like 4 pages and I realized they're completely wrong. You just don't want to end up with that.
I have a good mental map of where everything is.
That's good.
Sorry, and I don't mean to brag, but
I get it. I get it.
it's like Onyx is a good hour away from the outer gates of the city,
Okay.
but about like a 10-minute walk away from the school.
Okay. Then I
So
would.
he's closer to the outer gates of the city than into the more inner areas.
Then I would use. You could even use like into some sort of a mini journey of when he gets from one location to the next. Of like it just you walk past the school. Look how rude Star
Oh, he
interrupting.
doesn't walk. He doesn't walk past the school. He goes
You know
away
what I
from the
mean?
school.
So some sort of location. I would create.
Yeah, I know. Sorry.
Create some pre-established locations. That just like I would go when you go back because this is part of rewriting is when you now know everything that's going to happen like all in pretty good detail. You go back and you make sure to fill in like things to give you more to work with. So it's like you might just it doesn't even have to be to us noticeable. It doesn't have to be anything important. It could just be a slightly noticeable building that is in relation to another location, and it gives us as a reader the ability to create the map in our own head. It just helps really establish the world. Like you are doing a very good job with the scenery and the what I can imagine of the world. But if you want to keep it in control of like I want to make sure the reader knows where this is, you got to make sure you give the reader a way to know where it is. So I do like to make sure like that people know they're like I do have things for you and I want to see you guys do so well because I know that these stories are like they're so good and it makes me excited to know like I can't wait to know what's happening. I just can't wait to know.
I do have another I do have another chapter, but it's not really complete. So I guess
I avoid reading incomplete chapters because
yeah.
because you're gonna go back and make edits potentially back in the chapter as you move on. You're like, oh wait, no, I gotta include that earlier. Gotta, it's just
I'm still I'm in a sort of a headspace where I was like, I would write it down, make sure it exists, and then I can
that's
deal with it later.
that's a good idea. Then just make sure you do deal with it later. I have done that where I finish an entire story. I'm like, I don't want to rewrite the whole thing. It's too much work. And it's just like, and I just forget about the story, and I'm like, that would have been such a good story, but I'm not in like the right headspace anymore to write it again. Because like there are times
haven't been writing in a long time.
I have several stories, and if we still have time after I read what Mount sent, I might read something I've written before. I don't know how much because some of them are pretty long. Some of them are completed stories that I've finished. One of them is the base story of where my current lore comes from. It's where a lot of characters appear, a lot of original characters start to appear. The only problem is it does give kind of some spoilers. It's like, it does kind of spoil a couple things, though. So, I'm deciding. Okay, the ads are over. Thank you for reading, though. I liked it.
I still need to work on it. It's horrible.
Was that horrible. It's not horrible. It's really good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There, I shall disappear now. You have fun.
Yes. See you later. Okay. I'm gonna take a second. The mag's here. Hi.
Yeah.
Yeah. Were you listening? Oh, it's gone. Here, I'll give you guys a second to. I'm gonna give chat a second. I'm gonna take down the cage. Just gonna give you guys a second. You know, you guys need to unleash some chaos or something. Guys, I'm giving you guys a second. I think now. I'll go to bed soon. Yeah. I'm just giving a chat a second to make sure they don't commit absolute chaos and stuff. Because I noticed guys were getting a bit chaotic in the background. Plus, I need to take off my hoodie. I am really hot right now. My PC heats up the room sometimes by like 5 degrees. Oh, wow, that's what you do first? Cute. Wow. Oh my goodness. Wow. Commander. See? Ow. Oh, fluff. Here, I'm gonna open up the door so I can cool off the room. Oh, there we go. Oh, I feel a little bit less on fire because I was getting really overheated. I mean, really overheated. It's weird because it's wintertime. I should be like, I should want to be warm and cozy, but no. Am I sweating? Oh my goodness. Yeah. I had to open up a door because my PC can heat up the room to like 5 degrees more. I can't really just open up a window because it's just gonna freeze. My whole room's gonna freeze. So, you guys gotten all your chaos out? I'm gonna put you guys back in no chaos stuff. You guys unleash all of your madness.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, I'm gonna put Star back in jail. There you go. Well, that's actually a good idea for me to have like the little putting Star in jail. I'm just giving read through. I apologize if I am horrible at reading things, reading like names that you guys create for stuff, because I'm never good with that. I'm really bad at reading names of other people. Like I can understand my own names I create. It's a very difficult. Yes, I'm looking at it. It is in a very different format. Now I have to talk again. Streamer, you talk all the time. Why is this such a big deal? I don't know. Fun capture, browser capture, story capture. And then I go in the corner and we read something. Oh, wait, I'm gonna do this first before I do this. We're gonna do this, and then when we finish reading, we're gonna. Ha! Get loved on. Get loved on, Onyx. Ha! Yeah. We give the moss some love. It's in my ear. There we go. My ads just ran, so we shouldn't have a problem about that. Double checking. Okay. So this one is written by Mount. So it's from their lore, I believe. Seems to be kind of more like a log entry. Nervous of getting. I get it. You're having something you wrote being displayed to everyone, and I get the nerves. I mean, I get nervous reading other people's works. I don't want to read them wrong and be like, oh no, did I ruin it? So let's read this out. So, Dimension Logs research data log Dimension Wing. The first thing I ever wrote, obviously. Let's see how good it is. Information. Dimension Wings are a type of worm-like creature that can be found usually in the space between dimensions, like Dimension Beasts and Dimension Behemoths. I think I said that right. Dimension Wings originate from the in-between, do not have a home dimension, and are capable of opening rifts to other dimensions. Well, this feels like I'm saying dimension a lot. I'm not criticizing, though. Dimension Wings are a peaceful species that scavenge for food rather than hunt. They'll eat about anything that they can find drifting in the in-between, whether it be scrap metal, debris, organic waste tissue. It's important to note that even if they find an organic organism in the Dimension Wing, it will not attempt to consume it if the organism is still alive. It is important to know that despite behaving like a basic creature, Dimension Wings do still have sentience and are capable of learning capable of learning any language, even if they cannot speak it physically. Dimension Wings are able to create a soul link with a person that it trusts. This link is permanent. Once a link is formed between the person and the Dimension Wing, will be capable. Once a link is formed, the person and the Dimension Wing will be capable of communicating telepathically with each other, even if they aren't in the same dimension as each other, alongside other effects. There are two types of Dimension Wing. There are two types of Dimension Wing. They are the following. Basic Common Dimension Wing. The most common type of Dimension Wing. They consist simply of all the aspects mentioned above with no added differences. They can range from a variety of sizes. Smaller ones can have a similar body mass to that of a domestic house cat, while bigger ones can have a body mass not much bigger than a large house. Elemental Dimension Wing. While extremely rare, and elemental Dimension Wings are still the second most common type of Dimension Wing. They're much bigger than their common counterpart and can be considered to be a similar body mass. Did I write house? Oh, no, sorry. That was me. I tend to mix up words in my mind. That was not you. You wrote horse. You're right. They are much bigger in their common counterpart and can be considered to be a smaller body mass than a large titan or giant, or large giant, from some dimensions. They also are genetically imbued with the natural elements such as ice, fire, earth, wind, and so on. The elemental Dimension Wing also cause weather anomalies around itself, which tends to take the form of a storm matching the element of the Dimension Wing. It should be noted that some have a combination of two elements. These multi-element Dimension Wings tend to be bigger and cause more powerful storms. An example would be a Razor Wind Blizzard Dimension Wing, which can create some of the coldest blizzards across the vast majority of dimensions, while also containing strong gusts of wind capable of cutting through steel with ease. Wow. Should someone gain the respect of an elemental Dimension Wing, the Dimension Wing may gift them a magical artifact, usually taking the form of a weapon or piece of armor made from materials originating from the Dimension Wing, originating from the Dimension Wing which bestowed the gift. These artifacts will contain a fraction of the Dimension Wing's elemental power. Wow, I did not realize how much there was. It's actually kind of cool. Alpha Dimension Wing. While still a mystery due to only being a single living Alpha Dimension Wing in modern day, we still we still have been able to gather some information. First thing to note is the size. Alpha dimension wings seem to have some sort of ability that allows them to alter their size, which allows them to access locations that would normally be too small for them. However, it's due to this ability, and there only being one single one left. That's being a single one left. That it's somewhat difficult to get an exact size for them, but it can be guessed that they can range from 2 to 4 times the size of an elemental dimension ring, but can shrink down to be smaller than an elemental dimension ring. They also seem to be capable of creating a similar type of artifact than those created by an elemental dimension ring, but without the elemental properties. The first light. Did I say that right? Or is that it's supposed to be like that? Is it light or light? I'll keep reading. Used to be a forgotten creature of legend, but recently has been discovered to be real. Yeah, what? Yes, what? Not much is known, but this individual dimension ring seems to have a direct connection to reality itself. So, I can't tell, is it light or light? Because you just said yeah. What does that mean? What does yeah mean? I'm not mad, but I do actually want to be able to read it properly. Light wings. Light, it's supposed to be, what? Oh, that's why I can't ask you. How would you say that? Light? Light? See, this is why I said I don't know how to pronounce things. So it's supposed to be like that. Okay. I don't know how to pronounce that properly. Okay, you did spell that wrong then. That would be L-I-G-H-T, like you spelled it the second time. Like how you spelled it here. I'm not mad. I just notice grammar things and spelling things very easily. Light wings are also a mystery. Only thing known is that they are directly created by the first light and are only ever seen in the same location as their creator. There's evidence to believe that the light wings do possess a form of unknown shapeshifting ability. I like this. You do say dimension a lot, but it makes sense. It makes sense. I do apologize if I end up messing up words and stuff. So I tend to I can read things that it throws me off. Where it's not full dyslexia. It's more I skip ahead in my mind or read back. I'm more like I'm reading 3 lines at the same time in my head. So I'm like I will read 3 lines at the same time, and my brain I'll try to say the right line I'm trying to read, but I'll end up kind of throwing it off by reading all the lines at once sometimes. And so especially when there's similar words, like house and horse, where they look similar to me sometimes, I'll get those especially mixed up. It's not a you thing with your writing, it's a me thing. I like this. I like this, though. I think it's cool. I used to do big, when I write, I actually skip ahead in my mind, actually I miss some words. I do that all the time. All the time. There's pretty much not ever a time I don't. Well, most of the time. So, let's pull open the other one. There's 1 page. This one looks to be more dramatic. Yeah, I get it. Let's read what the other thing. It's getting on. Public notes. Oh no! Oh no! You lost the ball. It's not Cult of Cheese. Why? 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 Dimension Labs research data. Log Dimension Beast. Information. Dimension Beasts are a very type of creature that can usually found in the space between dimensions, like Dimension Wings, Dimension Behemoths, Dimension Beasts originate from the in-between, and do not have a home dimension or capable of opening rifts to other dimensions. However, this event is extremely rare. They are one of the most aggressive creatures across any dimension and contain a primal desire for destruction. Thus, will attack anything that they can find. If said attack poses a risk to its safety, they will focus their attacks on any present dimension guardian in the area, and will be more aggressive to them. They do not require any food source or hydration, or any source of food, hydration, and do not seem to age. Dimension Beasts do not contain any form of sentience, or more primal, and are more primal compared to even a basic animal. Oh. A basic Dimension Beast may only be harmed by a Dimension Guardian, or by magic explosives, or anything made of Dimension Steel, or anything stronger. Elements: fire, cold, ice, electricity, plasma. Okay. While Dimension Beasts are entirely random when it comes to their body, there are some more common forms that they can take, and can be split into 3 categories. Right now, because it's rather complicated. Okay. I don't know how to read Greek. I'm gonna be honest. I know it's the Omega, and I think the Alpha. I don't know what the third sign is. I don't know what that is. What is this symbol? Please tell me what it is. I do not know. I'm more of a Latin person. I will recognize more Latin than I will Greek, because Latin's actually used in my story a lot. There's little signs. I don't remember. I think Delta. Okay, we'll just say that for now. Dimension Beast Delta, the most common form of Dimension Beasts. They're mostly quadrupeds, but can walk on their hind legs in a manner similar to a bear. Dimension Beast Omega, an uncommon type of Dimension Beast. They take bipedal form and possess a crude weapon that is either part of their body or one they have crafted. Well, typically not being very intelligent, they still possess a IQ higher than Dimension Beast Delta, and are capable of creating simple things like a campfire or simple tools. They typically can be found in small packs. If present in a Dimension Beast horde, they may attempt to ambush a target while they're being confused by the chaos. Dimension Beast Alpha. This category is for any Dimension Beast that doesn't fit in with the previous 2. Important! If there's evidence of there being an approaching horde of Dimension Beasts, you must evacuate immediately. In such occasion, there will be 1,000 to 50,000. Okay. Dimension Beast presence. Hordes are usually a mindless wave of destruction and can overpower most things. Well, now I'm afraid. I should be afraid, shouldn't I? I like this. Other than the fact that I have no clue what these symbols really are. I know this is Omega. Because I recognize this. I believe this is Alpha. And I don't exactly know what this is. I like these. These are cool. These are cool. I apologize if I ended up missaying stuff. I do it all the time. It's not a you thing. Oh, I didn't want to do that. Not a you thing, it's a me thing. Look at all the stories. Here's a trying one. Is Delta? Okay, see, I don't know. Greek letters. A, it looks like an A for Alpha. Beta, that would be Delta. The one, yeah, the triangle's Delta. What's Theta? Or I don't recognize it. I don't recognize that as a Greek letter. Let's see. This is a letter based on what I can see their meanings. Okay. What is it? It is Sampai. Okay, so it's a letter. That's Zeta. That would be. Oh, it's an old form. Yeah, so that's what I was doing. Uh. Oh. So that's why I can't find it. It's an old Greek. I believe it's a special. Um. Wait, is it? Wait, no, that's not it. Oh, it's a small letter. Small letter. That's what it is. I think. I think. I really cannot tell. It's actually hard to find. Okay, so it is Sampai, but it's Old Greek. It's like a variant of Greek. I did not know that. There's a lot of Greek stuff I don't know. Small Greek one, yeah. I don't know the meanings, but I now know that those are letters. I did not know that. You guys teach me things. What a surprise. Um,
That sounds cool. Yeah.
yeah. You guys have anything else to share? But why? Oh, of course, that's what you have. Of course, obviously. Um, I'll let you guys you guys can come out of jail. There you go. Yeah. If you guys don't have anything else to share, hey Ducky, I'm mostly sitting up Kofi right now. Nice. Good. Yeah, go get some sleep. We attack Zeltius. I think we're at a good wrapping up point to go attack Zel. We got Ducky from the Discord recap. Yeah. Same for Mac. He needs sleep. Yeah. Dragon needs sleep. Well, he might already be asleep. Right, maybe I shouldn't yell at him. That might not be the best idea. Let's get something playing. Once it's up, we can finally play. Yeah! That's good. Ah! Are you... Luckily, that doesn't go to Mag. First ever online job thing. That's cool. Yeah. So I think we're gonna wrap up here. We're gonna go attack Zell, go squish the life out of him because he's adorable. He denies it a lot. It's like a lot of people here. Everybody likes denying how cute they are. So, start the raid. I might see everyone tomorrow. I might. I don't know. I have no clue. So, I might see you tomorrow when I do potentially a special stream. But, go ahead in context. Oh, yeah. So, I'm going to start the raid. You put climber to running off. Ah, that's you next time. Yeah. Did I spell his name right? Yep. Gives them long crushing snuggles. Yeah. If you have emotes. It'll squish the Zell. So cute. That was so cute. Let's see everyone tomorrow. It might be a special stream. I don't know if it's just going to be Discord or if it's just going to be... But it'll be like the Streamer Awards and special Marvel Rivals Day. I think. So, we'll have to see. I'm going to send you all over. Of course, until next time, stay floofy. Stay adorable. Bye-bye.